All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And thank you sorry, hold on. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, that was really delayed. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me today. Already having some technical difficulties right off the bat here. Yeah, no, for real though. Somebody asking me, why is Concord woke? How is Concord woke? Dude, when you have to give a robot a pronoun. Yeah. Yeah, the game's woke, dude. I'm sorry. I don't use that word often, and I do agree that the word is overused. I do agree that too many people throw the, like, oh, that's woke, everything's woke. I agree, but dude, when a robot needs a pronoun, something's wrong. Something's wrong. That honestly, it tells you all you need to know. It tells you all you need to know. But guys, thank you for being here. We have to have a conversation today about the state of play that occurred now that the dust has settled. We're going to basically do a kind of review, a more proper review, I guess you could say, of the state of play. Obviously, I gave my thoughts on that state of play if you tuned into the live reaction stream. But, you know, I just feel like we have to kind of dissect it a little bit more here. We also need to talk about the biggest winner and the biggest loser, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree, when it comes to this state of play. ASTROBOT clearly being the biggest winner, Concord clearly being the biggest loser, and a lot of very interesting conversations, a lot of discourse occurring online, even in this chat right now. You know? Heatwave, you're saying we better see something at Summer Game Fest. We're going to talk about that as well. We're going to be seeing more PlayStation at Summer Game Fest. But yeah, this is what we're going to be talking about today. We do have a very interesting topic lined up for tomorrow as well. I don't usually tease topics in advance, but tune in. Make sure you tune into tomorrow's stream, because the topic that we're going to go over tomorrow is something that takes us back like 4 years, you know, and it's going to be really interesting. I really wanted to talk about it today, but I was like, you know what? I want to keep this. I want to keep this topic and this stream and this conversation focused on the most recent stuff that occurred with PlayStation, because I didn't do like a proper dedicated stream to it. I just did my reactionary stream. But make sure you tune into tomorrow's stream as well, because I think you guys are going to be interested in that topic that we discuss. Dude, this is crazy to me. The real YouTube shadow, you're saying you're out. Like, bro, listen. Here's the reality. Okay, I'm gonna fucking nip this in the bud right now, so everybody's aware. If Concord was an Xbox video game, a lot of people that I'm seeing defending it or acting like it's getting too much hate would be part of the hate wagon. If not that, they would definitely not be defending it, and they'd probably just nod in agreement. And I'm fucking getting really annoyed that I'm seeing so much defense coming from what are clearly PlayStation fans that are like, listen, we're either going to keep the same energy or we're fucking not. I'm not telling you have to keep the same energy, but the fact of the fucking matter here is that if Concord was an Xbox developed video game, so many people would be shitting on it right now. So many people specifically that are defending it, that are trying to tell you, no, give it a chance. The amount of people that I'm seeing come out and be like, just because it's not for you, where were you for Bleeding Edge? Where were you for, not to say that these games are the same, but again, like, where were you for Redfall? You know? This is what I'm saying. It's annoying, dude. It's genuinely fucking annoying to see where it's like, guys, Concord looks like a joke. And if you can't see that, I'm sorry, but you are encouraging PlayStation to go in the wrong direction, dude. This is exactly what I tried to preach against with Microsoft, where people that were cheering on games like Bleeding Edge and people that were cheering on games like Crackdown 3 and Redfall, and I try to tell you, like, these games fucking suck. These games are a joke. These are not the games you should be cheering on. These are not the games you should be defending. These are not the games that you should be saying, you know what, let's give it a chance, guys, because we already know what it is. Like, we already know what this game is, dude. Oh, but the gameplay could be good. Okay, sure. Even though there's already a bunch of hero shooters that already exist with objectively good gameplay. Okay? Tell me one thing Concord is doing unique. That's unique. Tell me one thing. What is Concord doing to stand out, to differentiate itself? To justify paying what is probably going to be a $7 price tag or maybe a $40 price tag? What's it doing? I'm seeing people talk about how nice the art style is and shit. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, we've literally seen this time and time again. We've seen this exact art style. Oh, by the way, that character, Star Child, you know, the one that looks like a red gorilla, complete ripoff from Guardians of the Galaxy. I saw people pointing this out. If you played the Guardians of the Galaxy, I mean, I guess they're from the comics, but if you played the Guardians of the Galaxy game, by the way, the one that came out in 2021, developed by Square Enix, if you played this game, there were two brothers. Does anybody remember the name of the two? They were like space gorilla brothers. I forget the name of it. It's driving me nuts. But dude, it's a literal ripoff. It's a literal ripoff. And Stumpkin, just to be clear, I'm not pissed off about Concord as much as I'm pissed off about the people that I'm seeing that are pushing back against the criticism. This is what's frustrating me more than anything. I actually don't have that much of a problem with Concord. You know, it's like, make your game, make the game you want to make. Sure, it's going to fail, it's going to flop, and hopefully you realize why that is. And that's fine. You know, not everything's going to be for everybody. I understand that, and I fully accept that. But what really bothers me is seeing how defensive people are getting over valid criticisms of this game. And this is what concerns me, because it's like, guys, if we are supposed to hold Sony PlayStation to a higher standard, believe me when I tell you, if you are defending this game, you are not holding Sony to a higher standard. You're not. You are actually telling Sony that, you know what, we do need more generic nonsense that's already been done to death. That, you know, like, I just don't know who is asking for this. Like, I really don't, dude. I don't know who is asking for this. And that's what's concerning to me. And holy mother of God! Holy shit, really? What the fuck, bro? Oliver Opfer coming out. Dude, this guy comes out of nowhere sometimes. I mean, geez, bro. Before I even read what you're saying, that's over $500. That's... I need to, like, take a moment to process this. I see a lot of people in agreement with what Oliver's saying here, though. Well, let me see. Oliver, you're saying, for me, the state of play was okay. I know not every game was a banger, but maybe other people liked it. Just because some games aren't your thing, you shouldn't rate the show negatively. No one today can empathize with others, or sorry, I think you meant to say empathize with others anymore who may liked what they've seen. It's all just, I don't like the game, so bad show. I'll never understand that point of view. It's interesting that you bring that up, Oliver, because you're talking about the show in general. My fixation, I'll be honest with you, is clearly on Concord. I'm trying hard not to fixate on Concord, but I feel like there's just something about Concord that is really, again, it's not even the game. It's the polarizing reactions that I'm seeing, and I feel like they shouldn't be that polarizing. But you're talking about the state of play in general, and yeah, it's interesting because talking about seeing different responses and different replies from people, I have seen quite a few people. Yeah, Oliver dropped a calm bomb. That's a good way to put it. Oliver put me in my place, bro. He's like, yo. No, Oliver's cool, bro. Oliver's been here. He kind of lurks in the shadows a little bit. And I forgot to bring this up, by the way. I forgot to edit this. Oliver has been following the channel for a long time and supporting the channel for a long time in a big way. he just kind of, again, he lurks in the shadows and he comes out of nowhere. You know, you never know when he's going to strike, and he shows massive support. So, want to just, before I talk any further about what he said, give a big shout out to Oliver for seriously showing some, I mean, absolutely colossal support on this stream, but you know, right at the beginning. And he also drops 10 membership gifts for you guys. So, Oliver, bro, seriously, the generosity is honestly ridiculous to see, bro. Over a $500 super chat and 10 membership gifts. I mean, holy shit. Seriously. Thank you so much, dude. We are talking about the state of play. It's interesting because I've seen some. Most of what I've seen is exactly what you're talking about. Just this instantly negative reaction. And my reaction was negative. However, it was actually offset by Astro. And that's what's weird is like, after seeing Astro, for as negative as I felt about the state of play, I couldn't help but focus on the fact that this game looks actually incredible. And it kind of almost drowns everything out for me. Like for as strongly as I feel about Concord, I feel significantly stronger about Astro and how much I'm actually looking forward to this game. But I actually brought this up here because this is what I wanted to mention to you guys when going over the review of the state of play. Well, I'm looking at all the games that were revealed. I mean, we have from Sony, we have Concord, Ragnarok for PC, Until Dawn, Silent Hill 2 Remake, and ASTROBOT. So here's what's kind of crazy about this state of play in particular is Sony had a bigger first-party presence at this state of play than we've ever seen, which is so weird to think about. Like, we've never seen a state of play with multiple announcements where Sony was like, here you go, here's like 4 different games from us or 3 different games from PlayStation Studios. We've never seen that. But I do think, again, the fumble here comes in the form of, I think Concord fumbled the ball. I think Until Dawn tried to pick the ball up, but was unsuccessful. And I think Silent Hill 2 Remake also tried to pick the ball up, but was unsuccessful. But then I think by the end, ASTROBOT picked up the ball and took it all the way. Now, does that make the state of play a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10? No. But for me, this state of play, when I look at everything, because there was third-party games as well. We look at Dynasty Warriors Origins. We look at Infinity Nikki, which I don't know how hyped people are for that game, but you know, Alien Rogue Incursion for PSVR 2, Behemoth for PSVR 2, Ballad of Anatra, which actually looks, this game Ballad of Anatra actually looks really good. And, you know, ironically enough, Marvel Rivals, which is another hero shooter, and then Where the Winds Meet actually looks very good. And then Path of Exile 2, there was and also Monster Hunter Wilds, by the way, which is going to be massive. There was a decent, I would say it's actually a good third-party presence, to be honest. I think there was a good third-party presence with this state of play, but I think the real problem with this state of play and why people are judging it so harshly, it's 2 factors, okay? Factor number 1 is that people are becoming impatient with Sony, specifically when it comes to knowing what bigger games, what bigger single-player games we're going to be getting. Like, when are we going to see Wolverine? When is Ghost of Tsushima 2 going to be announced? When are we going to see Naughty Dog's next game? And Sony seems to have no answer for that. They're just like being completely silent about it. But it's kind of offset by the fact that what Sony is doing is saying, look, don't worry about that. We're not talking about that today, but here's what you're going to play for the next 6 months from our first party and from our partner studios. And so it kind of becomes hard to really feel like, man, Sony is really messing up here. Like, they don't know what they're doing, when it's like, yeah, but they just gave you a listen, I still have more to say about Concord. But once I'm done giving my take and saying what I have to say about Concord. Here's my reality. My reality is, for the rest of this year, putting third-party games aside, because I know there's going to be plenty of third-party games I'm going to be playing on my PS5. Putting the third-party games aside, I'm going to be playing Until Dawn, Silent Hill 2 Remake, and ASTROBOT before the end of this year. And those are exclusive games. You know? And I'm not saying that everybody should just say, hey, that's amazing, and all is well now. But what I am saying is it should absolutely count for something. You know, whoa, boss, chill. It should count for something. And that's where I can completely understand where you're coming from, Oliver, because there's this building impatience and frustration with Sony where it's like, you guys need to start revealing more. Like, you need to show us more of a roadmap. We really need that. And it's been too long. And Sony has been kind of ignoring that and instead just being like, no, here's the next 6 months. And the next 6 months, listen, I don't know if Sony understands how much ASTROBOT just saved their asses for the remainder of this year. But in my opinion, ASTROBOT is proving just like it's showing its strength, dude. It's showing how much it can actually, how much heavy lifting it could actually do. Do you think they do know? They must know. Yeah, because I can confidently say that if ASTROBOT wasn't coming before the end of this year, and considering just how good that game looks, I would be pretty devastated at like, oh no. Like Sony has completely dropped the ball, and this is like possibly looking like the worst year for first party I've ever seen from them. And that's how much of a difference it makes. But yeah, I don't know. I do know, actually. Let me scratch it. I do know what Sony needs, Oliver. What I think Sony needs to do in order to make sure that these stated plays are received well, I think it's pretty simple. I think Sony needs to have, and I know this may sound unfair because it's putting too much pressure on them for how frequently they do the stated plays, but I just think it's the truth. I think Sony needs to have a big, massive surprise announcement at the end of each stated play. I'm not saying they need to do that. I'm saying in order for them to not garner the negativity, because I look at January stated play that happened this year, and that's what they had. Like, they had, here's a new Death Stranding 2 trailer, which I think for a lot of people, I was like, whoa, that's awesome. But then it was like, oh, wait, hold on. We also have this major announcement with Kojima Productions, and that just skyrocketed it. Like, everybody was like, holy shit, this is the best stated play you've ever done. And for as strong as ASTROBOT is, for as amazing as ASTROBOT looks, I just don't think there was any chance ASTROBOT was going to be able to make up for the disappointment that people feel with a game like Concord, but then also compete against what Sony did themselves in January, where they're like, oh, by the way, here's Kojima again with a PlayStation 6 game announcement. You know, it's like, I think that's an unrealistic thing to actually match. But I just do think it is unfortunate. Like, if you go check Jeff Keighley's poll, I put out a poll during my stream. Most people were giving this state of play a D. You know, I've seen people rating it like a 2 or 3 or 4 out of 10. And I have seen smaller circles of people actually saying like, no, that actually wasn't a bad show. I give it like a solid 7 out of 10, 7.5 out of 10. And I can kind of understand where that comes from, because it's like, well, if you're super hyped for Astro like I am, and you're looking forward to Until Dawn, and you're looking forward to Silent Hill 2 Remake, and you're looking forward to like Monster Hunter Wilds and Where the Winds Meet, yeah, I can honestly see how some people could give it that rating. But I don't know. I feel like this is just where it all comes down to, believe it or not, and I know some people might disagree with this, but I think this might come down to Sony actually creating the expectation themselves. And what I mean by this is if you think about what it is that is causing people to feel this level of frustration, to feel like I need Sony to give me that roadmap, to make some bigger announcements, it's because by this point in the generation with the PS4, we were getting that. We did get that, and maybe Sony did, for lack of a better term, kind of blow their load a bit. I hate using that term, but I don't really, everybody knows what we're referencing here. Back in 2015 and 16, Sony basically was just like, here's everything. And it worked. It generated an unbelievable amount of excitement, an unbelievable amount of goodwill, and an unbelievable amount of momentum. But I think people forget too quickly, and I'm guilty of this as well. But look at 2017 and 2018. How did Sony do it with E3 then? Do we look back at E3 2017 and E3 2018 as fondly? And the answer is no. And in fact, people were pretty disappointed with Sony's E3 2018. And then they also did the at the end of the year in December, they did the PlayStation Experience, and those became even more disappointing because they really didn't have enough to show. And so I just wonder if some of what we're seeing, or maybe even a lot of what we're seeing, is based off of an expectation that Sony themselves kind of created last generation, because I find myself referencing that when I'm thinking about this. And we have actually Get Some Trismegistus coming in. He's coming in, dropping another 5-bomb for you guys, and just like that, between Oliver and Exley, we're already sitting at 15 members on the day. So let me actually update that for you guys. But hopefully you guys kind of understand what I'm saying, where, I think it's kind of a double factor here, where I think Concord, no matter how much of a chance you want to give Concord, I don't think there's any denying, truthfully, I don't think there's any denying that Concord is underwhelming people. And, it's not getting good fanfare. It's a divisive game, and it's causing a lot of discourse. When you look at that, and then you kind of look at how Sony constructed their reveals and their shows by this point last generation, I think when you fuse those two things together, I think it begins to more clearly highlight what's going on here, like where the consternation is coming from. I mean, that's just, for me, that's more of like an overhead view, where I can't lie. I can't lie and tell you that I was expecting a showcase from Sony. And the biggest reason I was expecting a showcase was because they did one at the same time last year, but more importantly, it underwhelmed. The showcase from last year, it just didn't deliver in the way that I and many others thought it would. And so I thought for sure, like, they're going to do that showcase again. They're going to give it another, they're going to redo it, essentially. Like, they're going to redo the showcase this year, and they're actually going to deliver the things that we thought we were going to see last year. And we still didn't get that. And so I can understand exactly where you're coming from, Oliver, because I've seen quite a few people express this, right? Where I think the extreme negativity, and by extreme negativity, I'm talking about people where it's just like, yeah, that was trash. That was the worst show I've ever seen. Sony is garbage now. I think what happens is, if you're a person who watched that show and you walked away where there was like 4 or 5 games you're genuinely interested in, I think that has the potential to make people kind of look, question, like, is there really nothing here at all that's worth a damn? Right? Like, is this really what we are supposed to walk away with? Like, is it really that? Is it's just if it's not the best, it's the worst? Yeah, it reminds me of like Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby. Like, if you're not first, you're last. Like that kind of mentality. And I do agree that that is too extreme. I was let down. I know the reasons why I was let down by this state of play, and I can explain them thoroughly. I was let down by the state of play because I was expecting a showcase, and we didn't get a showcase. We got a state of play. I was also let down by Concord because I really actually... Listen, people have said to me, oh, dude, you don't like Concord because it's not what you wanted it to be. Kind of. There is a level of disappointment because I had a different vision of what Concord was going to be in my head. However, not only is it not what I want it to be, it actually genuinely looks like a step backwards for me from PlayStation Studios. And that makes me even more frustrated with that show. And so here's what I can tell you. I'm going to cover Concord in the way that I would cover basically any other PlayStation title, in the sense that I'm giving my thoughts on it now. I don't plan to continue to talk about Concord day in, day out, week in, week out, because there's no reason to. We're going to be getting the beta next month. I think I'm going to try the beta so I can tell you definitively, I played this game and it either confirmed everything I thought and I was completely right, or actually this is way different than I thought. Let me tell you why. I'm assuming though, like there's a 99, like listen, I'll be honest with you, like it's not that I'm trying to judge a game before playing it, but I can tell you that like this game would have to show me something that they're hiding. It's like, oh, by the way, here's this. And we didn't show you this. And it completely changes the game fundamentally. You're saying I already made up my mind. I mean, I kind of have. Yeah. It's just that I'm trying to allow what other people are saying. Like, listen, man, like give it a chance, right? Like you can't judge it before you play it. And again, what's weird is that like, I don't know, man. I just saw, listen, here's what I need to point this out too. I need to point this out because this has been on my mind. Just last week, well, not technically last week, the week before, I just saw people annihilate Hellblade 2. Okay? Like I just watched people brutally annihilate that game. And I acknowledge that there are things about this game that do need to be annihilated. There are serious problems with Hellblade 2 that we need to communicate to Ninja Theory and to Microsoft that this is a problem. It is a problem that you spent like 6 years developing this game and it's 5 hours and 2 of those 5 hours are cutscenes. That's a serious problem. It is a serious problem that the combat seems to have taken a step back. However, I also said, but you know what? I've been waiting for this game for a while, and there's still some things here that are speaking to me, so I'm gonna play it anyway. And I did. And then I gave my review of it, and I told people, like, you know what? Yeah, those problems are definitely present, and they're prevalent, and they take the game down a couple notches compared to where I wanted it to be, where I thought it would be. But all in all, there's certain aspects of Hellblade 2 that are good. Like that, in my opinion, are objectively well done and executed well, where you can still see that they have a lot of potential. They're not reaching that potential. There's something holding them back from reaching that potential. And what disturbed me is that I saw a myriad of people where it was so obvious. We're like, no, dude, this game is trash. Don't you get it? This is garbage. This belongs in the garbage bin, and it's objectively terrible. And that's it. Like, that's it. And what pisses me off about this is that I know for a fucking fact, that at least with at least 10% of the people that are saying this, or maybe even more than 10%, honestly, maybe like 25%, if you swap the Xbox logo with the PlayStation logo, you would not be saying that. I'm not saying you'd be praising it to the moon and back, but you wouldn't be saying that. You would probably at most just be like, yeah, it didn't really live up or it wasn't that good. And this is what pisses me off about these conversations is that like there's too much of the extreme tribalism. Like I get it. I have my preference. You have your preferences. Everybody has their preferences. And that's totally fine. But what isn't fine is when people lose sight of like, you need to judge the game off of its own merits, off of the game itself and what it's trying to bring to the table and not the fucking logo associated with it. Now, don't get me wrong. The logo associated with it can hold some weight. For example, when I see a PlayStation Studios logo pop up, I'm not immediately judging it and saying it's going to be gold no matter what. But I automatically have a higher expectation because that is what I've come to expect when I see a PlayStation Studios logo. And that's based off of what's been delivered. And that's also why I've explained when I see a Microsoft Studios logo, I'm a little bit more trepidatious. However, at the end of the day, we need to judge these products and these games on their own merits, not just because of the logo they're associated with or the logo that pops up before you play them or anything like that, because I'm seeing too many people do this. And this is why even talking about Concord has become frustrating because I'm not here to listen. I have my own take on Concord and I'm not here to tell PlayStation players, if you have interest in Concord, don't touch it. I'm not going to tell you that. But what I will tell you is based off of what I'm seeing, based off of what this game is bringing to the table, based off of the fact that there's 150 devs working on this game, based off the fact that Sony went out and bought this team, based off the fact that there are so many other IPs that Sony could do something more with, like Killzone or Resistance or SOCOM or Warhawk, IPs that people have been begging Sony to bring back. Based off of all of this, I can at least say with confidence that I don't want that game to be the direction that Sony goes in. I don't want to see this game be the next big thing because if it is, Sony's going to, in my opinion, get the wrong message. The reason why Helldivers 2 was the next big thing is because it did something truly, genuinely unique. And I need that to be understood. That's why it surprised people. People were surprised by Helldivers 2 because they thought it was just some silly co-op game that was just going to be a little bit of fun. But what people discovered as the game launched is that, oh, wait, holy shit, there's literally nothing out there like this. And this is extremely unique. Concord is the literal opposite of that. Concord is a literal, honestly, it seems like a parody. It does. It seems like a parody based off of, and the reason why I'm going on this tangent is because I just really would appreciate, and if this applies to you, you know who you are. If this doesn't apply to you, you know who you are. I would really appreciate if the people who were quick to shit on Hellblade 2, quick to shit on Bleeding Edge, quick to shit on Redfall, quick to shit on Crackdown 3, and basically quick to shit on anything Xbox does. Or even Palworld for that matter, right? Not even that that's necessarily Xbox, but you know what I'm saying. Again, you know who you are. I just hope you are quickly shitting on Concord as well. Because that's what's truly getting under my skin. It's not getting under my skin that some people are saying, I want to wait for the game. I want to try the game. I want to see the gameplay. That doesn't get under my skin. I think that's actually, yeah, no problem, dude. Like, why would anybody ever have a problem with that? Like, just go, if you want to try it yourself, there's going to be a beta, go try it. You know? But what's really just disturbing me is just so clearly seeing that shoved in my face. And I guess I'm seeing it more than the average person would because of my YouTube channel and because of my Twitter account. But that has truly been disturbing to watch, where it's like, I'm sure I just saw at least some of you literally shitting on Hellblade 2 a week and a half ago. But now you're trying to defend Concord. What is happening? What, like, and honestly, it makes me realize, like, these are the people that are ruining this industry, dude. Not literally shitting, you know what I mean? These are the people that are ruining this industry, because these are the people, these are the extremists. Like, these are truly the extremists to the degree where it's like, if somebody were to say to them, I'm going to at least try the game before I judge it, they will literally tell you, no, it is shit. It's not worth your time. Don't even look at it. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, for fuck's sake, man, like, it's going to get a beta. Like, if somebody wants to try to beta, like, what's so wrong about that? You know? It's just, I don't know. It's just frustrating to witness, man. And just to get back to Oliver's super chat here, because he really got me going, obviously. I don't know what it's going to take to eradicate the hypocrisy and also eradicate the insane negativity. I think there's warranted negativity, and then there's what I call insane negativity. Warranted negativity is the negativity that is rooted in, if not fact, I mean, it should be rooted in fact, things that seem to be relatively clear. You know what I mean? Where, like, for example, if I make the statement that I'm feeling negative towards Concord because it doesn't look very unique, it doesn't seem like it's doing anything unique, that may not be an objective fact, because it may turn out that actually, no, there's a couple things here that these other games aren't doing. But generally speaking, it's like that seems to be what is on display right now. And if there is something truly majorly unique about this game, it's not being communicated well at all. That to me feels like warranted negativity. To whereas insane negativity would be something like, you know, Concord shouldn't release, the studio should shut down, and it just shouldn't be a thing that should be allowed to be created. That to me is insane negativity. Or there's insane positivity. Insane positivity for something like Concord would be somebody saying, you're all wrong about this game. Everybody who is shitting on this game and who is leaving a dislike on this game, you're just completely wrong. This is an amazing game. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be one of the best games ever made. And that I'm seeing that as well. And this is why I just can't stand the polarization anymore, man. The polarization is just, in my opinion, like crazy people. It's just crazy people, dude. Like, at some point we got to acknowledge, like, we're just watching the reactions of crazy people. We're just reading the comments of crazy people, where it's like, there's no real stability here. There's no real critical thinking. Meanwhile, I'm reading Exley's chat. He's like, shut that motherfucker down. Well, here's the thing. The reason why I'm not against this, actually, is because I'm actually, what I would prefer to see is an example made, truthfully. I'm not saying that I'm rooting for Concord to fail. I think that's a bit overly toxic. However, knowing that I do not believe Concord is sending the right message to PlayStation, to me, that's not the direction Sony should be going in. I will say that I will not shed any tears or feel bad if this game fails and flops. And in fact, I will probably just look at it and say, well, Sony, what did we learn here? What did we learn from this? You know what I mean? That's why I'm not against things coming to market. I'm not against it. But what I am against are people trying to distort what seems to me to be the truth. And the truth is that people are not feeling good about this game. And I think that they have actually good reasons to not feel good about the game. And that's what bothers me. Because listen, we need that to be communicated. At least I believe that. I believe if there are things that are not things that just don't, it's why I also, talking about the state of play itself, I don't think it's such a bad thing to communicate to Sony that the state of play could have been better. You know, here are the reasons why. I have like 4 reasons listed, Sony, why the state of play could have been better and how you maybe should have tweaked it a little bit. Like, in my opinion, here's what I think. I think what would have turned this state of play around, because I am seeing so much negativity towards it. I mean, I'm seeing an immense amount of negativity towards the state of play. What would have turned it around to where nobody needs to defend it and nobody needs to trash on it is Sony should have had one more just, oh, by the way, after the ASTROBOT reveal, here's this as well. Even if it's a little teaser, you know? I sincerely believe that would have changed everything. And I kind of expected that because, again, that's what Sony did in January. In January, they just completely shocked everybody because they're like, oh, here's a one more thing moment with a state of play. And everybody was like, dude, Sony went all out for this. When in reality, all they actually did was show a trailer for Death Stranding 2 and let Kojima just have like a minute to talk on camera and say, we're going to make another game after Death Stranding 2. That's all that really was. And so, you know, they do have the PS5 Pro coming, and it's reasonable to think that maybe they saved it for that. But it's just unfortunate because I almost wonder, and here's another thing I got to ask too, when we're talking about the state of play, and I'm going to read the rest of these super chats. Just let me get this last thought out. Is it possible that Sony believed that Concord was going to be that thing? That they actually had such confidence in Concord that they thought, like, people are going to love this? Like, wait till they see what we've been cooking. Is that a possibility? I feel like that would have been that. See, surely there's no way they thought that, right? You're saying no, you think that they think it would have been hated? Yeah, I'm a little worried. I hope Sony didn't think that, you know, didn't think that, oh man, people are going to love this. This is going to be the next big thing. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know, maybe Helldivers 2 gave them too much confidence. We have we have Silent Spartan coming in, dropping another 10 bomb on you guys. Another 10 memberships gifted by Silent Spartan, and he brings us up to the 25 member mark. He crushes the first goal of the day. Silent Spartan, thank you so much for that, buddy. Very much appreciate that support. And I'm going to read the super chats that you guys have been sending. I've been kind of ranting long enough here. I do have more to say, obviously, but I don't want to keep you guys waiting too long. So let me update this member goal. We'll read the rest of the chats. And Oliver, bro, I just got to say, before I move on here, like, seriously, dude, thank you so much for that insanely generous super chat, as well as the membership gifts. You show up, and again, I never know when you're going to show up, but when you do, you show just truly like next level support, man, and it means a lot. And it also means a lot to me that you know, that so many people are, you know, that we are. It means a lot to me that we are, in my opinion, able to have so many people here with differing opinions and strong opinions and still be able to, you know, agree to disagree, or at the very least, not get nasty about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Titus. Yeah. So, Oliver, big shout out to you, man. That it seems like that super chat is going to remain up at the top for the entirety of this stream. So, mind blown, bro. Seriously, mind blown. We have Craig the tech guy, and he says, how did Concord flop when it's not even out yet? I don't. Well, I mean, I'm not saying Concord flopped. I'm saying they blew it. That's what I'm saying. I think that they blew an opportunity to mitigate the negativity that they're facing. And the reason why I say this is because, well, I've been following Concord for the past year, and I think it's very strange, truthfully, that they seemingly said nothing about this game. They only said one thing about this game since it was announced. They said it's a first-person PvP game. That's what they said. And they didn't say anything else. I wonder how the reactions to this game would be right now if they actually said this is a first-person hero shooter that's heavily inspired by, well, I don't know that they would necessarily list other games, but, you know, with a unique set of characters that, you know, we're all going to bring their unique personalities to the table. And because let me tell you this too, like, I knew that this game was a first-person shooter and a PvP game. But the amount of people that I saw that were shocked that didn't know that, I wasn't surprised. I'm like, yeah, dude, Sony hid that at the bottom of a blog post from last year. That's how I knew about it. I guess they did say that there was that's true. They did say there was like a unique cast of characters, and I did speculate that this could be a hero shooter. Like, this sounds more and more like a hero shooter, and I said multiple times, like, I really hope it's not, because I just don't think that's really gonna be a good follow-up, you know, to like something like Helldivers 2. I just don't think we need another hero shooter. I just don't know that anybody is asking for that from Sony. And I was kind of hoping it would be a more traditional FPS type game, you know, but now we know what it is. I also want to say a lot of people, and this to me is possibly the saddest part about Concord. Like, this kind of actually genuinely makes me sad, where it's like, damn, dude, the potential that could have been here is people were saying, you know, the first thing we saw of Concord was a 5-minute CG cutscene introducing the characters, kind of showing the world a little bit, just setting the tone. And a lot of people were saying that they actually kind of liked that. But then when they found out it was a hero shooter and it was a FPS 5v5 game, they were like, oh. And a lot of people were saying like they would actually be somewhat interested in this game if it turns out it was like a single player title. And that is another thing that kind of makes me sad about Concord, because it's like, if I were the developers of Concord, I would be reading that and I'd be like, you know, I'd be like, man, maybe we did kind of go in the wrong direction here, because yeah, I don't know, man. I just, it's ironic to me to think that this game is so obviously inspired by Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, very obviously inspired heavily by Guardians of the Galaxy. And that's really the vibe and the tone they're going for. And in 2021, we actually got a Guardians of the Galaxy single player game that was awesome. It was awesome, but apparently it didn't live up to Square Enix's expectations, and they decided they're not going to make a sequel. And I just can't help but think, like, man, how cool would it have been if it's like, all right, we're not getting a Guardians of the Galaxy single player sequel, but we are getting this game Concord that's basically Guardians of the Galaxy. And imagine if it was single player. It would kind of fill in that gap and kind of bring something to the table that people actually, I think, may have been asking for. Yeah, apparently it's unfortunate that Guardians of the Galaxy game didn't do well. I don't know why it didn't, because it was very good. Like that also makes me sad. And maybe that's part of the problem, right? Maybe it's because you get these good single player games that are flopping, and it's like, dude, more people should be supporting this, because this is why we're not getting sequels to some of these games. Dude, that's wild. You're saying that come on, that has to be a troll, right? I see somebody in the chat saying it looks nothing like Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, what? Come on, dude. Are you serious? You're trolling, right? Like, do people really believe that? That's, I can't, like, to me, this is where I start to feel like I'm being gaslit, where it's like, what are you talking about, dude? It looks just like Guardians of the Galaxy. It looks identical to Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, it couldn't be more Guardians of the Galaxy if it tried. The only thing is missing is a raccoon, bro. You're saying that's, thank you. You're saying you're not trolling. No, you're trolling. I've determined you are trolling. If you're talking about the gameplay, okay, that's fine. I agree with that. The gameplay wise, yeah, it's not. In that case, it is nothing like Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm talking about the aesthetic and the characters and the tone and the theme and the dialogue, which is making up a huge part of this game. Okay, all right. Okay, I'm glad you clarified that. That makes me feel less insane. Let me see here. We have Anthony Perez saying Concord is copycat nonsense that stands in opposition to everything we believe in PlayStation Studios. This has to be an Avengers level failure, so Sony learns. It's going to be, yeah. Listen, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to actively root for Concord to fail because I just feel like that's a step too far. Like that feels too toxic. But this game is going to fail. Like I almost wonder if Sony knows this and they just can't do anything about it. Like I think Sony knows that this game is not going to help them achieve their goals, and it is going to flop, and there's just nothing they could do about it because they already bought the studio, they already committed to the game, and the game is pretty much done. And I think, I'll be honest, I just think Sony's sending it out to die. What are the odds they never release it? No, this game's coming out. But I do think that might be what we're looking at here, because you're saying Overwatch won Game of the Year at some point. That's true, but this isn't Overwatch. This isn't Blizzard. And this game's about 10 years too late. See, that's what I'm saying, where it's like, yes, that's true. That is true. That Overwatch won Game of the Year at some point. But dude, like, this game isn't Overwatch. Exactly. Overwatch was much more novel when it came out. I'm not saying look, we got to feed the beast as well. Concord could have great gameplay, but isn't... Boss, you almost just fell there. Isn't that what made Overwatch stand out? Isn't great gameplay what made Overwatch stand out and made it such a success? Isn't that what made Call of Duty stand out and make Call of Duty such a success? Right? Obviously, these games, in order to succeed, need to have great gameplay. But let me ask you this. Let me ask you, how many hero shooters have been made since Overwatch that have found that same level of success? How many Call of Duty clones have been made since Call of Duty released that tried to like capture that same type of gameplay that have been successful? How many? Valorant, Apex Legends, okay? So you're telling me, so there's already 2 other hero shooters that have carved out their own player base on top of Overwatch. And even Valve is making their own, okay. And then there's Marvel Rivals, which is coming out. You're saying for Call of Duty, like X-Defiant? Yeah, X-Defiant seems to be doing okay. I'm curious to see if it has the legs, though. Listen, if Concord doesn't flop, I mean this. I'll eat my shoe. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to eat my shoe. But if Concord doesn't flop, I will be fucking shocked. Like, I will have to reevaluate everything I know about gaming. I will. In all seriousness, I will have to reevaluate this entire industry and my thoughts and feelings on it, because I'll eat my hat. Because if this game doesn't flop, I will be fucking shocked. And I know, again, I see so many people, they say like, Well, we thought the same thing about Helldivers 2. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. People were not upset with Helldivers 2. This is what people don't understand is they are not comparable. Helldivers 2 was a game that people were like, "Oh yeah, this might be good." There were some people, yeah, they were like, "Oh, this is going to be live service trash." But generally speaking, when people saw Helldivers 2, they were not really fazed by it. It was just like, "Oh yeah, I forgot Sony was releasing this. It looks like it might be good, but I don't know, we'll see." And I've seen a lot of people say like, "Oh, I'll pass on it." But again, Helldivers 2 has something that Concord doesn't, and it's that it has a unique gameplay loop that has not, like, truthfully, it has not really been, I don't think I've ever seen a game do what Helldivers 2 has done, where it's not only got this unique co-op gameplay loop, but it also has the planetary stuff going on where it's like you guys got to work together as a collective. I just don't think anything like that has ever been made. And you're going to start seeing Helldivers clones, by the way. And it's going to be cringe to watch. But this is where I just feel like Concord doesn't have any of this going for it. It doesn't. And that's why I think it's crazy. I just think it's crazy that there are people like, "Oh, Concord's going to be a surprise hit." Saying PC gamers are going to love it. I mean, I will say, yeah, it is launching day one on PC, but listen, if I'm looking into my crystal ball right now, and you know, my crystal ball has been wrong many times, I can admit that. I foresee we're looking at the Concord Steam concurrent player count, and it's just abysmal, bro. It's just like a couple thousand people, maybe like 10,000 people, probably less than that, maybe like 7, 6, 5. That's what I see, and I don't think that that's gonna. I mean, I think that might even be being kind to it, you know, because this game's not free to play, guys. Like that to me is how I know. So like that to me is how I know Sony's putting this game out to die. This game is not going to be free to play. And I'm pretty sure Sony's just like, let's just try to make as much money off of it as we can, because no one's going to buy this game. I just don't see it. 18 May, yes, you heard me correctly. Concord is not going to be free to play. I don't think it's going to be $70. That would be, dude, I dare Sony. I would laugh. I would actively just laugh. I would have a whole stream just laughing if that game is priced at $70. I think it's going to be $40. Yeah, I think it's going to be like Helldivers 2. It's going to be $40. Yeah, and you'll need a PSN account as well. That's another major... Actually, yeah, true. That's another major difference between Helldivers 2 and Concord is Concord will not need... Helldivers 2 doesn't need a PSN account. Concord will. You think it needs to be $30? I agree. I think it needs to be free to play. If I'm being like brutally honest, I think the game needs to be free to play. And maybe they'll realize that leading up to launch. They're going to know. Listen, they're going to be putting pre-orders out, and they'll know. They'll know real fast. Like, oh. You know, I have a question. Where was this enthusiasm? If not enthusiasm, where was this defense for like Destruction All-Stars? You know? I know they're different genre of games, but they're both live service that seem to be just kind of like, ooh, I don't know about this one. You know? And look at with Destruction All-Stars, people had Sony was like $70 and everybody was like, what are you smoking, Sony? And they were like, PS Plus day one. You enjoyed Destruction All-Stars? I played a little bit of Destruction All-Stars, and I like could kind of appreciate that they were trying to bring back the car combat thing, but I was just like, there's something major missing with this game. You know, putting aside the cringe like characters and whatever, like, and the presentation, there's something like vital missing to this car combat that is making it feel not very good. All right, let me start reading these super chats though. I apologize keeping you guys waiting. We have Arnie Vesper saying Sony didn't disappoint. Shat me in the face as expected. Oh damn, Arnie, I'm so sorry that you're experiencing that level of discontentment, man, and disappointment. We have OK here with let me see, 3 chats it seems. Wait, hold on. Let me get these together. So OK says 3A's highlight. Or sorry, as I highlighted during the stream, a high percentage of PS gamers wouldn't give Concord a second look if it was an EA game or a Ubisoft event, an EA or Ubisoft event. This does not preclude Concord from being a good game, but as first impression, it did not present as PlayStation first-party studio quality or studio worth an acquisition. And then you say here, instead of a simple partnership, honest analysis isn't an echo chamber. Other PlayStation first-party studios, games / budgets were likely axed for this game / acquisition. Yes, we need to talk about that. Yeah. Oh man. See, guys, listen. I know how how people perceive me on the internet at certain times. I just want to remind people, and I know that there are PlayStation diehard fans that will get offended, but just know I'm not saying it to offend you. And not that I really care, just being, but like, you shouldn't get upset. What you should do is realize, like, I kind of know to a degree what I'm talking about here. To a degree. I watched what happened with Microsoft, bro. Like, I literally watched a fan base as Microsoft slowly but surely started to just put out junk and underwhelm. I saw a fan base stick by that and push back against what people were saying. We're like, dude, this is not the direction you should be going in. This is not good. Something needs to change. You need to do better than this. And at some point, I was like, you know what? I am in agreement at this point. Like, I'm out because this is not what I want to see from Microsoft. I do expect better from them, and it wasn't getting better. And I'm not saying that Sony is, listen, I'm not saying Sony is on that road. I don't believe they are. However, I think they are running the risk of possibly finding an off-ramp, you know? Because what OK is saying here, he mentions how certain game budgets, guys, do you know who Jeff Ross is? So Jeff Ross was one of the directors of Days Gone. And he recently revealed something that definitely made me raise an eyebrow at PlayStation Studios, specifically at Herman Hulst. Because here's the thing. People are saying Concord is a Jim Ryan thing. I wouldn't be so sure. Let's not forget that Concord, the partnership with the studio, happened in 2021, and then the acquisition happened in 2023. During this time, Herman Hulst was the head of PlayStation Studios. So Herman Hulst was the one on the ground engaging with Firewalk, seeing the game. Herman Hulst's job is to find the talent. That's not Jim Ryan's job. When Jim Ryan was a CEO, he's the decision maker. Herman's the one that presents Jim with, I found this game. I think it has potential. I think we should invest in the studio. But make no mistake, like, this game is Herman's game. It's not Jim's game. Like Jim gave the green light, so he's part. Like he said yes, he okayed it. So Jim thought it was good too. He believed, he trusted Herman, and he even trusted him to the degree where he's like, you know what, we should buy the studio. But this is Herman, and the thing that's not what gives me pause, because listen, Herman's job as the head of PlayStation Studios, he can't just be one-dimensional. Absolutely not. He would be bad at his job if he was one-dimensional. He needs to think about different genres, the whole portfolio. What portfolio gaps do we have that we can fill? Absolutely. So I do not blame Herman in a way for saying, okay, look, we got this new studio. They seem talented. They're former Bungie devs. The gameplay looks good. I can understand like why he would be like, yeah, we could use a 5v5 multiplayer, hero shooter. We don't have anything like that. Herman also was the one responsible for Destruction All-Stars, right? Like he clearly is trying to bring in some of these games and fill in these gaps. But what really is haunting me right now is Jeff Ross again. Jeff Ross he was the former director of Days Gone, or one of the two directors. And he responded to somebody. I don't want to misquote him, okay? Because it's a pretty serious, I think it's a relatively serious thing. So I don't want to misquote him. So I'm just going to read what he said. So on May 30th, he responded to a fan-made image, or he used a fan-made image of PlayStation Studios. And I think the only mistake here is he didn't make it clear that this image was fan-made. It is fan-made. Sony did not make this image. But this image features a bunch of characters from PlayStation games and studios, and Deacon St. John from Days Gone is not part of it. And he says, a lot of people still ask me if there will ever be a Days Gone sequel, so I submit this poster as evidence that it will never happen. Sony higher-ups like Herman were never fans, so you won't hear about it at the PlayStation State of Play today or ever. And again, I think everybody's aware that this is not an official PlayStation internal image, but he's using it as an example to say like you're not really going to hear Sony talk too much about Days Gone. You're not going to see them talk much about Days Gone. And he started to reply to some people's questions, where this person says Sony higher-ups like Herman were never fans, so you won't ever hear about it. This quote made me curious, Jeff. What does it mean exactly? If Herman/Sony leaders didn't like some game, they just kill it, even if fans want a sequel. And Jeff Ross said, I think his bias was purely portfolio-based, meaning they already had a zombie game, so why would they need a lesser-performing title? And this is actually even more important insight into Herman Hulst and how he's operating with PlayStation Studios, because yes, let's listen. You know what's very disturbing to me is the amount of people that I'm seeing come at me on Twitter where it's like, LOL, who cares about Days Gone? Days Gone sucked. Days Gone was underwhelming. Days Gone didn't sell well. And it's just suddenly, all of a sudden, the Days Gone hate squad is out in full force because, first, I don't know why. I really don't know why. Like, dude, I know not everybody loves Days Gone, but believe me, this game sold incredibly well. This is one of the best-selling games for PlayStation last generation. And it has a loyal, dedicated fan base, and the fan base has only grown since it launched. And people were fucking stunned when they found out that we weren't getting a Days Gone sequel. And here's what's so weird to me about all of this is that, like, people are getting on Jeff Ross's case where they're like, Jeff Ross, bro, just let it go. Like, it's been years. Get over it. But this concerns me deeply about Herman Hulst as the head of PlayStation Studios and as a PlayStation CEO, dude, because it's like, Rashtam, yeah, that makes me even more confused. Honestly, you're saying, why are they making a show? Like, they're making a Days Gone movie. This is coming, again, from the former director of Days Gone. And he's straight up saying that, like, Herman was not a fan of Days Gone. Herman, and he says apparently what he figures is it was portfolio driven. They didn't want 2 zombie games. And this frustrates the hell out of me because it's like, let me get this straight. According to Jeff Ross, Herman doesn't like Days Gone. Therefore, there's not going to be a Days Gone sequel. And the reason is, oh, you know what? We don't need a second zombie game. Herman, did you play Days Gone? Because it's not The Last of Us at all. Like, the only similarities between Days Gone and The Last of Us are they're post-apocalyptic and they have infected, and that's it. Other than that, they are 2 wildly different games. But what's even more disturbing to me is exactly what OK is saying here with the super chats, where he's like, this game clearly had a lot of funding. This game had so much funding that Sony bought the fucking studio. This is why I am trying to help PlayStation fans here by just letting you know that the man who just got promoted to CEO is the same man that said, we're not doing a Days Gone 2. We're not funding that. But instead, we are going to buy this studio that is unproven and making Concord. That we're going to do. That we're going to pursue. This is why I'm trying to tell people, I'm not saying get your torches and pitchforks out. I'm not saying we need to take Sony down. I think that's too extreme. And we're not there yet. Sony's still doing good shit. That's the thing. Sony's still doing good shit. And I cannot emphasize that enough, that they're still doing good shit. But they're also doing some very questionable shit as well. That is making me worried about the new leadership already, which just went into effect yesterday, where it's like, saying, where are the receipts? Well, it's all hearsay, and that's absolutely true. But you know what? Here's a fact. The fact is, we are not getting a Days Gone sequel. The fact is, we did see Sony buy Firewalk. And the fact is, Firewalk produced Concord, and that's what we're getting. Isn't it fucking insane to think that we could be sitting here talking about a Days Gone 2 that may have been revealed this year? We could be talking about that instead of Concord. This is why I feel like I'm going nuts, dude. I feel like I'm being gaslit by a certain portion of the PlayStation fan base where it's like, I thought you guys liked single player narrative driven games. I thought that was what PlayStation Studios was all about. Not to say that multiplayer can't exist or shouldn't exist. We all do want to see Sony do multiplayer, but I thought it's like the priority is these big AAA single player games. We are sitting here in 2024. There is no big tentpole single player game. Well, there is Astro, and I guess we could count that, right? I will try to count that, but it's still, it's still kind of in its own it's a different type of, AAA single player game. I just think it's wild, man, that people are like, how much faith can you really, why are people so willing? Why are PlayStation fans, some of them, so willing to just drop so much faith onto a game like Concord, onto a new studio that is comprised of Bungie devs, when just a couple of months ago, we were all scared shitless about what's going on with Bungie? It's called Variety. Listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with Variety. I'm all for it. But why should Variety, why should we see, here's what I'll say, JC, because I do agree with you. I think that probably does explain most of it. But why should Variety be so forced? You know what I mean? Or it's like, Days Gone sold like 10 million copies, and there's a really vocal, dedicated fan base to it. And a sequel would probably sell another 10 million copies, but we already have a zombie game. Yeah, no, we shouldn't do that. It's like, okay, why can't we just do a Days Gone 2 and still seek out like a multiplayer game? You know what I mean? Also, dude, here's what really drives me up a wall, bro. Days Gone 2 was going to feature multiplayer. That's the craziest part to me about all of this, is that one of the pitches that the Days Gone dev team or the directors had is they said that there was going to be like co-op. And I'm like, okay, that's something The Last of Us doesn't have. That's something that would make it stand out. Saying, how is it forced? Well, I mean, it feels kind of, I don't want to say it's completely forced, but it's just like, I don't know. I guess this is a PlayStation that's obsessed with growth and expansion, dude. Like that's what it comes down to. I don't know any other way to put it. Like, I still think PlayStation's doing some good things, and I'm still hopeful for a lot of the stuff that they have in development, but I can't deny that, like, I'm reaching a point with Sony where I'm just beginning to accept that this really is a completely new era with new leadership where their priorities are not going to be lined up with mine at all times. And it's frustrating. You know, it's frustrating because I've seen another. I want to mention this too before I read the rest of these super chats. Something else I've seen a lot of people say is they're like, I don't get it. People complain that they want PlayStation to stop doing so many sequels and so many remakes and so many remasters. So then when we get a new IP, we hate that too. And this is like, again, this is where it's like, I want to just jump out a fucking window, because it's like, bro, we just got Helldivers 2, which I know it's not a new IP, something totally new and fresh. Straight up. We just got Stellar Blade, which I know it's not from a Sony studio, but it's something brand new and fresh. Okay? Like, this is what I'm saying, man. This is why I try to tell people, like, you got to be careful what you wish for. You really do, because it's like, I'm all for variety, and I do want to see Sony do a little bit more and tap into multiplayer and stuff like that. And it's fine. It's fine that they have. I think it's good that they have a new studio. I mean, I'd much rather see a new studio putting out something like Concord than it's like Sony Ben's next game is Concord. Like, oh my god, could you imagine that? Oh man, that would be a nightmare. Now that's when I would lose all faith in Sony, straight up. So I do want to make it clear that, like, I'm glad we're seeing dedicated studios to this, but this is resource allocation. And I just do really want to highlight that this is what it all comes down to. If you listen to Sony's PlayStation business segment meeting, the biggest takeaway is they are absolutely cutting costs, bro. Like, they are going to do everything in their power going forward. Sony as a collective, not just PlayStation. They're going to do everything in their power to cut costs and to be more profitable. And so that means everything we see from them going forward, not to say that it hasn't been intentional up until this point, but it's going to be extremely intentional. Like every single investment they make and that we see coming from them going forward, they truly believe in. Like, they believe like this is something worth dumping hundreds of millions of dollars into. And again, this is why I'm saying, like, who at Sony PlayStation thought Concord was the investment to make when you fucking have a studio that's ready and willing to make Days Gone 2? And I get how that sounds like, oh, so you just want sequels. It's like, no, but people are literally asking for this sequel. Like, people literally want this sequel. They will literally buy the sequel. And that's to me what's concerning, where it's like, I hope Herman doesn't become obsessed with just, seeing things as we got to fill out the portfolio. We got to flesh out the portfolio. Like, you don't have to make a game in every genre. It's okay, Sony. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Rufus, that's a good point, and I do want to acknowledge that. There is a potential catch-22 here. And thank you for reminding me. There were reports, although I don't know that we ever had explicit confirmation of this. It's worth noting. And again, it's all hearsay. We have to keep that in mind. But there were reports that there was a bit of a civil war internally at Sony Bend, where like half the studio did want to keep working on Days Gone, and they really liked Days Gone. And the other half of the studio didn't like it at all and didn't want to keep working on it. That, as far as I'm aware, that has not been confirmed anywhere officially, but that's what the hearsay has claimed. And even then, listen, I'm going to be real with you right now. Even then, if that's what happened, I feel like, dude, if you're Sony, it's like you got to make the hard decision where it's like, but this is a potential major franchise. Why is Sony making a Days Gone movie, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about like strong arming studios, but it's like, guys, you made a great game here that is a huge success. Like, you know, we're not saying you have to work on it permanently, but like make a sequel, and then maybe after that we could do something brand new. Make a sequel, if anything, make it for the fan base, dude. Make it for the fan base, you know, because like the game had a freaking cliffhanger ending, for fuck's sake. This is what I'm telling you, man. Like, I just think that there's some PlayStation fans, and I see it across all fan bases. It's not just some PlayStation fans, it's some Xbox fans, it's some PC players, where it's like, your platform of choice can do no wrong. You know, like your publisher of choice can do no wrong. It's like, no, dude, like they can all fuck up at any moment. And you gotta read the signs, dude. You gotta be able to see those signs, and you gotta let them know real quick, like, you're about to fuck up. Please don't keep doing this, because it will spiral quickly. You know how much money Sony's about to lose on Concord? Oh, man. We got Michael Cintron coming in, keeping the membership train rolling today, dropping another 5 membership gifts for you guys. Michael, bro, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I really appreciate that, dude. You just brought us up to 30 members on the day. So we're making our way to a second goal. I'm not trying to encourage people to go out there and like, hey man, actively hate Sony and shit on them. Like, no, but it's like, we need to be like, there are moments where we really need to be more critical of Sony and PlayStation. And for me, this is an area where I'm shocked. I have to admit, man, like maybe I do come off as a hater. Maybe I am a hater. I don't know. But if I'm a hater in this instance, then I don't know what to say, because like, dude, I've been doing this long enough to know. I've been doing this long enough to know that regardless of if I'm a hater, what I've said about if this game Concord was revealed at Summer Game Fest by EA, by Ubisoft, or God forbid by Microsoft at the Xbox showcase, the people that are telling me I'm sounding entitled right now wouldn't be telling me that. They wouldn't be telling me that. They'd be saying, yeah, bro, what are they thinking? What is that nonsense? And I'm sorry, I can't walk away from that, because this is what I'm talking about, where it's like, how are we supposed to hold Sony to a higher standard? If we know that's a truth, dude, that is an absolute truth. But Herman greenlights a Days Gone movie. Yeah, I don't know what that means, bro. I really don't know what that, like, does that mean that in the future, maybe they're like, maybe we can make a sequel? It's bothering me, man. Like, it's bothering me that I'm just not seeing enough people, I guess you could say, keep that same energy. And it makes me nervous, dude. Like, that's the thing. It makes me nervous, because it's like, guys, I've seen this happen before, man. I'm not saying be a hater. I'm just saying you need to be critical. Even if it does, listen, it's not entitlement to just be critical of something that, you know, it's like, whoa, hold on. This is very different. This is the unexpected. And remember what I said, expect the unexpected. I went into all of this expecting the unexpected, and I'm seeing it now. This is the unexpected. I didn't think this is what I'd be talking to you guys about. Truthfully. You know, like, you can call me, some people can call me entitled, but my expectation was I thought at the end of May we were going to get a showcase. I thought at this showcase, at the very least, we're going to get Ghost of Tsushima 2. We're going to get some exciting new announcements. And I thought that when it was over, I'd be doing streams being like, yo, let's fucking talk about that new big exciting game reel. Don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, hey, Astro. And I'm going to do a dedicated stream probably talking about Astro. And that's great. And I'm happy for that. I'm very happy for that. But I did say prior to, yeah, I know unexpected can be good too, but I did say like I'm expecting the unexpected, and I encourage everybody to do that. And, Digital Dude saying, MVG, the game looks fun. Why are you hating on people who think it looks fun? Sounding like a damn, I guess you would say Xbot, shaking my head. Well, Digital Dude, I got to ask you, like, in all seriousness, and you could be honest. I mean, I could understand if you weren't going to be honest, but like, did you feel that way about Redfall? Like, because there were people saying Redfall looked fun, and it looked like it could be fun. Were you telling PlayStation fans, who were saying, "Whoa, this looks like it's going to be trash"? Were you telling them that? Because that's all, dude. Like that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Concord and Redfall are the same games. I'm just saying the logic that people are using. See, that's what I'm saying. You're saying no, Redfall was looked trash from the beginning. What? And you think this doesn't? All right, fine. I'm gonna submit, bro. I didn't miss your super chats. I just didn't get to them. I'm very behind on super chats. I'm about to just submit and just be like, okay, maybe Concord will be good. You know what? You're right. Maybe I should start doing some reverse psychology here. I should just go in the direction of, you know what? I think Concord is going to be the next big thing, guys. And then we can act all surprised when it's not. Saying it's not that serious. No, honestly, this is just Concord again, like it's being discussed now because it was just revealed, but I don't really plan to talk about it that much going forward unless we learn something important about it. But I'll probably talk about it again next month when the beta comes out, and then at launch in August, and that'll probably be the last of it. Because, dude, I don't think this is it. Concord will be fine. Just cope. Oh, shit. Dude, now I'm having PlayStation fans tell me to cope about PlayStation stuff. What? Bro, I'm not playing a fucking game where a robot has pronouns. I'm sorry. I know I said I was going to try the beta, but I keep remembering that, and I'm like, I'm not playing this fucking game, bro. Enjoy your remakes. I will, bro. Honestly, like, straight up, I actually will. All right. Let's see here. I'm sorry for running so behind on the super chats. We got Josh Z saying, I will say with the exception of ASTROBOT, people do seem to crap on any game that is cartoon style, but I do think AAA will only survive if it will only survive by becoming more stylized and letting go of ultra realism. Yeah, that's what I will say. That is an interesting thing to see, is the level of hype and excitement for ASTROBOT should give Sony some kind of renewed confidence in like, okay, maybe we don't need to go over the top graphically with all of our games. Maybe we don't need to go over the top with all of our games. I hope, yeah, I do hope that see, the thing about ASTROBOT is we're seeing a lot of hype and excitement for it, but we do have to see how it performs, because we don't know how much it's going to be, and I am thinking it's going to be $70. A lot of people think it's not. I'm just preparing for that. Like, I think Astro is going to be $70. If it's not, though, and it's $50, I think a lot of people will be like, oh, that seems like I think that is the perfect price for a game like ASTROBOT. But if it is $50, I think it has the potential to do very well. Very well. And so if it does do well, if it turns out to be like a surprise hit for Sony, we could see them, you know, I mean, I think Astro is going to play an important role for them going forward. Like ASTROBOT is a new franchise, or it's not a new franchise, but like this is the beginning of them really treating it like the way. Like honestly, I think Sony's now going to treat Astro the way that Nintendo kind of treats Mario, where it's like this is a very important IP, this is a mascot, and this is, you know, like this is something we really need to protect and leverage, and it's going to be a big part of PlayStation going forward. And how that could potentially impact, again, like you're saying, that the whole realism. Like I don't think it's going to stop Sony from making realistic and graphically stunning games and chasing for that realism, but I think it will just hopefully create a more of a balance where it's like we don't need everything to look like that, you know, like it's okay, like you could still sell a game for $50 or $60 if it has that art style, and people will still appreciate it, you know. All right, let me see here. We have Craig the tech guy saying Sony is on its own timeline, not yours, MBG. No, that's true. That's absolutely true. And I've accepted that. But I'm not going to let that stop me from having my own expectations. You know what I mean? Like I accept and I understand like Sony's going to do things on their own time, like when they're ready. I'm not Sony, and I'm not, listen, I fully accept that like me bitching about something they're doing or not doing, they're not like, oh, well, did you hear what MBG said? We got to change this right now. No, but you know, I'm still going to have my own opinions on it. And my opinion still remains true that like, dude, Sony should have had a showcase, not a state of play. Xbox is about to have a showcase and they're about to show a lot. You know, Jeff Keighley's about to have a fucking, hopefully, massive blowout with Summer Game Fest. I mean, who knows how that's going to go. And I'm not saying we won't get a showcase. I'm just saying, like, you know, would it be so bad? Would it be so bad for Sony to just tell the fan base, like, we have more to announce later this year, or we have another, you know, we'll see you soon, or just something, you know, just fucking something to make the fans go, oh, okay, cool. No, instead we get to get laughed at and made fun of when we're like, oh, I'm pretty sure Sony's going to do a showcase in September. Like, LOL, keep waiting for that secret showcase. And it's like, yeah, it's embarrassing. Like, what's the point at this point to, you know, to even entertain that? If it happens, it happens. So we'll go with that. Craig the tech guy will go with that. Sony operates on their own timeline. When they're fucking ready, they'll be ready. All right? And I'm looking in the mirror telling myself that. When they're fucking ready, they're ready, buddy. All right? So sit down and shut up. All right. We also have 18 May saying, MBG, did you see that Bungie is shifting Marathon from a class-based shooter with customizable gear to a hero-based shooter? Guessing hero shooters make way more money if successful. Yeah, good point. I forgot about that. There was a report that claimed that's what they're doing. And man, if that's true, I feel even worse for Concord, because it's like, I don't know, man. Like, Bungie probably has a higher chance of finding success doing that. You know? I think that they probably have a higher probability of success just because, I mean, I don't know. Although I don't think Bungie really has experience in hero shooters, so maybe they won, but I don't know what that would mean at that point, you know? Maybe Sony is just kind of hoping, again, it's kind of like throw something at the wall and hopefully it sticks, where like if Concord fails as a hero shooter, well then, hey, we got Marathon and that's being turned into a hero shooter. So maybe that'll work. Maybe. I don't know. But good point, 18 May. I actually forgot about that. We have Steranko saying we've fallen so far from the PS3 era and the PS4 era. Yeah, I see a lot of people talk like that. I mean, look, I see play like it's really weird to me to see people getting upset at me about Concord. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like that's really puzzling. Like, I'm genuinely like fucking perplexed by this, because it's like I'm like, Sony's still doing good stuff. You know, like, they're still doing good stuff. And they do have some good stuff. I mean, I'm gonna listen. I'm assuming that they still have things like Ghost of Tsushima 2 in the works, and we know whether Wolverine's coming, and I'm hoping Wolverine will be good. Death Stranding 2 looks amazing, and you know, I'm sure Naughty Dog seems to be working on these single player games. So it's like, yeah, I'm still hopeful, but it's just I feel like I'm more in the middle. You know, I'm more in the middle where it's like, I still like playing on my PS5, and I'm still looking forward to a lot of third-party games that are coming out on my PS5 this year. And again, I'm looking forward to Sony's games this year. Like, I'm looking forward to ASTROBOT. Honestly, you know, listen, here's the truth, dude. Like, some of the people that are coming at me, it's like, don't you realize you guys are acting like offended Xbots? You know? Like, that's what's so weird to me, where it's like, dude, I this is so familiar to me. Like, what does this remind me of? Oh, that's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of angry, upset Xbox fanboys when they don't like what I have to say about Xbox. That's what it reminds me of. And that's so disappointing and disheartening to me, because it's like, I didn't think that's what this was about. You know? I never thought that that's what this was about. It's not the same. I mean, look, if somebody were to say, well, shouldn't we give Sony more of the benefit of the doubt? Sure. I am. I literally am. That's the whole thing that gets me here, is I'm not saying Sony bad, PlayStation bad, because if I thought the entirety of PlayStation was fucking up and not producing anything good, oh yeah, I'd tell you. I'd say, Sony, what the fuck are you doing? You don't have shit, and all this sucks. Like, you're not doing anything good. I would say that. But I'm sitting here saying Sony's still doing good, because they are still doing good. Like, they have some good shit coming, at least for the rest of this year. But there's one major standout here where it's like, this is what you put your stock into? Okay. I guess. I don't get it. But, you know, it is what it is, dude. Like, I'm not going to, like, I can't fight with fanboys. I just can't, because, like, I've been labeled a fanboy myself over and over and over again. And I've always tried to tell people, like, I'm not a fanboy. Like, I know people don't want to believe that. Like, when I say I like this, I'm okay that PlayStation is doing this, I'm okay with this, they assume then you're okay with everything, and that makes you a fanboy. It's like, no, I'm not. And I've always maintained that if Sony does something that I don't like, or that I think is fucking stupid, or just like very questionable, I will point that out. And I don't know. I just hope people start to realize that when I said I'm not a fanboy, like, I was never a full-blown Xbox fanboy. I was never a full-blown PlayStation fanboy, because that's not how I operate. I operate based on the games. I've always said this. People have asked me over and over again, like, what would make you leave PlayStation if they stop making games I'm interested in playing? If all the games that they produce start to look like shit, then I would leave PlayStation, because that's why I'm here. I'm not here for a logo. I'm not here for, you know, I'm here to support the console, of course, big time. Same reason why I was over at Xbox. I like the console experience, and I always want to support that. But the only thing that's really going to drive me to support that is if you're delivering some great games that interest me. You're saying the difference is Redfall came out and was trash. You know what's so ironic too about all of this is I think I actually had genuinely more interest in Redfall than Concord. Like I actually had a little bit more positivity towards Redfall, where it's like, oh, I kind of see what they're going for here. It's like a Left 4 Dead fanboy, not fanboy, fucking it's well, I mean it kind of brought out the Left 4 Dead fanboy in me. I won't lie, where I'm like, okay, you got like same thing with Back 4 Blood, where I've always been a kind of huge fan of Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, and I was always disturbed at the fact that we never got a third one, but that's Valve, right? And I kind of thought this, no, not not Redfall fanboys. I'm referencing like Left 4 Dead, like where it's Left 4 Dead is such a classic game. You get a game like Back 4 Blood where it's like, oh, this is like Left 4 Dead 3. It's like, oh no, wow, this is shit. And then you see something like Redfall. It's like, oh, this is kind of like Left 4 Dead, but with vampires. And then the developers are like, no, that's not what this is. And it's like, oh, well, then what is it? And then we saw what it was. It's like, oh, okay, well, that doesn't seem very good at all. What the fuck? Like, damn, if you just made Left 4 Dead with vampires, it probably would have had a better chance. But I don't know, man. Like, I just don't know what to tell people. Or listen, the biggest problem that Xbox fanboys have had with me, by the way, over the years, is they don't want me to talk about what they like. They don't want me to be critical of a game that they're trying to prop up. They don't want me to talk shit on the Xbox Series S. They don't want me to talk shit on Phil Spencer. They don't want me to talk shit on the platform. They don't want me to talk shit on Game Pass. They don't want me to talk shit on anything. And they get really upset when I do. And it has never fucking stopped me from saying what I need to say about the products and the brand. And I'm just here to say that when it comes to PlayStation, it's no different. It's no different at all. My question is, why does anybody care that I'm talking so positively about Astro? Why is anybody talking about that? Like I don't have anything good to say. We got Anthony Perez here with the $10 chat saying, will the negativity matter? We've complained about Sony being quiet for years, no showcase in 2022 even, but sadly, it hasn't stopped the PS5 from already being more profitable than the PS4. They won't change. Yeah, I think about that too. And well, here's something important, Anthony, that I do want to point out. And it's that it actually falls back to what I said, where I kept saying a little bit ago that Sony is still doing good. Not good as in like business wise, and they're selling well. I mean, literally, like it seems to me for every step that Sony takes, that to me feels like I think you're going in the wrong direction. They're somehow also still taking a step in the right direction, which is weird because it's like, okay, this is putting me in sometimes it feels like a conundrum where it's like, yeah, it is fucking annoying that Sony seems to have just kind of, at least for now, given up on having that big show. And they're just not in any rush to do it. And they don't really care what the fans think. Like, sorry, you want a roadmap? We're not giving it to you. You'll just have to wait. It's like, okay. Feels like it's been literally like 3 or 4 years since we've had a really good showcase, but okay. And what makes it like impossible in a good way. And this is where it's like calling a spade here. It's like what Sony is doing though, is they're saying, here is shit to play now. Like, we're not going to tell you what we're working on, what's being planned for 2025 and 6 and 7. We're not going to tell you that, but here's shit to play now. And that's where it's like, oh, okay, like it's frustrating, but you're right. Like, but that's the thing is I am here for the games and you're giving me games right now. So it's the same exact conversation I had at the beginning of this year in January, whenever it was like, Sony has no roadmap. Sony has no games. Sony doesn't, and it's like, guys, they literally have like 5 games coming out in the next 4 months. You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's hard for me to really, truly agree with Sony is bad or they're completely in the wrong direction when they are still feeding me games that I'm thoroughly enjoying and finding satisfying consistently. You know what I'm saying? And that, you know, that has always been the biggest difference between PlayStation and Xbox, by the way, is Xbox has done the literal opposite of that. To be clear, Xbox has done the fucking opposite of that. Xbox has not consistently delivered games to their player base. Certainly not good games. And this is why there is truly like more room for Sony to kind of make some mistakes where it's like, I will shit all over Concord if it's, you know, if it comes out and it turns out like, oh, this is embarrassingly bad. Yeah, I will shit all over it. But I'm still literally 1 month later going to fucking play the shit out of ASTROBOT and do the opposite and say, this is like clearly a fucking amazing game. You know what I mean? And that, I will say, Concord to me seems like a true rare misstep from Sony and their like from PlayStation Studios. That's what it seems like to me. And that's why I'm being so critical of it, because I do hold Sony to a higher standard, and that higher standard is not don't make different types of games. And listen, people will say, oh, you're fucking entitled and blah, blah. Like, you weren't fucking saying this shit when I was saying the same thing about Xbox. You were encouraging me. You were fucking encouraging me. This is what I mean. When I said the same shit about Xbox, you're like, yeah, you fucking hold them. You let them know, bro. You let them know. And I fucking did. But suddenly, when the fucking tables are turned for like the first time in fucking years, oh, but PlayStation and Xbox aren't the same. You're right. Who's saying they're the same? Nobody's saying they're the same. Nobody's saying they're the same. That's what I'm saying. That's that like fanboy mentality where it's like, well, you said something bad about something PlayStation's doing and it's different. It's like, no, dude, like Sony can fuck up too. Sony can make dumbass decisions too. It just, you know, it just turns out the difference maker is who's making the dumber decisions more consistently over a long period of time. That's really the only difference maker. Because these are corporations, bro, that are run by people who are fucking, they don't give a shit about any of us. Like, they give a shit about the bottom line. Money that none of us are seeing, right? That's money that's going into their pockets. And really what it seems to just come down to is who's making less mistakes and less bad decisions more consistently. And that's why we look back so fondly at the PS4 era, or at least the most of the PS4 era, because Sony was on a fucking streak, dude. Sony was on a streak where they could like do no wrong because they weren't doing anything wrong. They were like doing everything right. And that's why so many people are like, we want to get back to that. We want to see them get back to that. But, you know, it's I saw somebody in the chat say earlier, it's like you can't expect your favorite team to make it to the Super Bowl every year. And I agree with that. That's kind of the same mentality. It's like, yeah, dude, like, how long can the streaks go on? And sometimes they get cut short, and sometimes you got to see them kind of start over. You know, I am who I am, and I have my own expectations, my own opinions, and I'm not here to tell people you have to agree with me. I'm just simply here trying to say, listen, I do not expect, like, truthfully, I don't expect to be seeing some people kind of carry the exact same energy that some of the most toxic fanboys, like Xbox fanboys that I've had to deal with. I don't want to see that same energy because that's bullshit. Like, they were stupid for doing that. They still are stupid for doing that. And I do expect better from people where it's like, guys, I'm not telling you go harass the fucking Concord developers and go, you know, go fucking wreck this game. No, I'm just simply telling you that, like, this game doesn't look, in my opinion, very good at all. And I'm Listen, you know what? We'll just leave it as it is. There's only so much more I can say about it. I'll just leave it here. It's like there are people that are seriously trying to defend this game and telling me I'm wrong or I'm entitled or I just don't like variety. It's like, okay, well, let's see how it does. We'll just leave it here. Let's see how it does. Let's see how it performs. And let's see the results. And if it's a big fucking hit, I'll eat my hat. I won't, I'll think of something. I'll take my fucking L. I will. I'll take a big fucking L. And I'll have a whole dedicated L stream. I'll do that. I'll have a whole dedicated Concord L stream where we can all just laugh at me as I hold my L for the entire stream. Okay? That's what we'll do. But I'm fairly certain that I'm not gonna have to do that because I see what this is and I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work out, bro. Dude, that's a great point, man. You're like you don't have to do that, MBG. You don't have to do that. Why entertain that toxic bullshit? All right, I still got to get through these super chats. If I haven't read your super chat, it probably is just because I haven't gotten to it yet. I'm still behind on super chats. I apologize. Take a breather. Dude, honestly, I'm just high energy today. That's all. I didn't stream for 2 days. I'm perfectly hydrated. I'm re-energized and I'm ready to go, bro. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to beat the shit out of somebody. I'm just kidding. No violence. No violence. But I don't know. Can you hear that coming through, by the way? Is that coming through? Can anybody hear this? I'm in a fighting mood. I mean, maybe a little bit. I'm a little bit. Yeah, I'm a little bit more fired up today. But I'm trying to just be chill in my mind, like deep down. Like I'm trying, like you know what I mean. Like I'm not chill necessarily externally, but like in my mind, it's like just okay. Am I getting redder? Hold on. Am I? Hold on. Oh shit. Somebody's getting my blood pressure up. This is that therapy stream, bro. This is that therapy stream. Carl says, don't beat me up, MBG. Don't beat me up. Spartan Rage. I got to get a good lifting session in, though. Honestly, after this, I do. Like, I feel it's good, though, because I think I got sick, like, 3 weeks ago, and I'm, like, that whatever virus I got sick with, like, dude, I think really kicked my ass for, like, 3 weeks straight. Like, I think it took that long to finally get fully recovered, because now I am feeling pretty good, I am feeling pretty good. Yeah, Concord giving me a heart attack, bro. Having a meltdown over Concord. Concord has triggered me beyond belief. I'm about to go Wolverine mode on Concord, bro. I mean, look, I've seen people saying like it's not that serious. At the end of the day, none of it's that serious. We are talking about video games. I mean, video games are very important to me, but there's limits to all of this, and yeah. But Concord took Days Gone 2 from MBG somehow. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, like that is a funny ass way to put that. Like, I love it. I love how that sounds. Like that sounds so stupid. Concord took Days Gone 2 from me. How dare it? It's like, bro, are you okay? Are you sure you're not just making shit up in your head? Like, no, that's real. That really happened. Do you hear me? No, I know they are separate things. They are separate things. They absolutely are. But at the same time, though, like, I'm looking at it through the lens of I'm trying to see it holistically. Like everything has a certain amount of resource allocated to it. You know, everything is intentionally greenlit, and anything that isn't greenlit and scrapped is intentionally done so. You know, I'm giving Concord more PR than Sony is. Oh shit. Oh shit, Prince G. Oh man. Oh no, you're right. You're right. I won't lie though, it is disappointing that we are going to get Concord and not a Last of Us multiplayer. I think come on, you got to agree with me on that one. Concord fanboys here. You got to agree with me on that one. You got to agree with me on that one. It is quite disappointing that we are getting this game, but we're not going to. And I'm not even saying a Last of Us live service. I'm just saying no Last of Us multiplayer. Come on, bro. Sony, come on. I mean, I'm not saying Sony should force Naughty Dog to do anything, but they should really have a talk with them. Sony should really have a talk with Naughty Dog and be like, look, can you at least make like a multiplayer for The Last of Us 2 like you were supposed to, and then it could just be standalone? You know what I mean? Anyway, did we come to an agreement? I think so. I think so. I think we did. All right, I really got to continue on here though, because I apologize again if I'm late to anybody's super chats. I'm very behind on them. At least it feels like I am. We have Rashdam. You're saying thank you for calling out tribalism. I've seen the same tribal fanboys bash Bleeding Edge, but defending Concord when it looked similar. We lost factions, and the Spider-Verse game for this. Yeah, I would love to get more insight truly into like what happened behind the scenes, where there was like an Insomniac live service Spider-Man game that was described as GTA Online in the Spider-Man universe, and we kind of know what happened. Like it feels like we know what happened with the Last of Us factions, but at the same time we kind of don't. There's like too much missing. But I don't want to keep acknowledging it too much and going on about it too much when it comes to the whole fanboy and tribalism things. But you know, I've always tried to defend myself a little bit by telling people like I'm really not the type of fanboy you think I am. Like I know people want to paint me a certain way, but you know, it's I do feel as though I don't know. I'm the type of person where I try my best to give credit where it's due and not forget about that credit. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying like if Concord comes out and it's a total flop and it's a laughing stock and like everybody's like, dude, this is like one of the worst games ever made. Like Sony, what the fuck did you do? I'm just saying if that were to happen and you know there's Xbox people having a field day, Xbox fanboys having a field day, going berserk on it, you know, whatever. You know, that's where it's like, yeah, I'll probably be right there with those dudes. But well, not like the most top, you know, not going overboard. There are people that always go overboard, but just basically saying like, yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with what people were saying about this game because I felt the same way. You know, like I'm not feeling bad that this game, if it were like if it flopped, you know, I'm not feeling bad about it. And you know, I'm just saying, man, like I've done these dedicated streams for Microsoft where I just fucking went berserk on them, bro. And I got cheered on. And it's like I hope when if that moment happens with Sony, again, it's a and you know what's weird here's another thing too, is like because you're mentioning the tribalism, dude, there are Xbox people that I have hurt so bad. I've hurt them so bad. Like if I say something, like if I were to say something good about Xbox, like they can't, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't compute in their brain. Do you get what I'm saying? Like when I watch the upcoming Xbox showcase, if there's something I like they're not gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, thanks. Well, not thanks, but like I see you, MBG. Like you're giving some credit where it's due. No, like that shit doesn't compute for them because all they are seeing is like you shit on Xbox, you know, like a couple times or more than a couple times, but you've been too critical of Xbox. So just because you say they did one thing good and they get one W, you know what I mean? It's like, no, dude, I I look back at everything I've said about Xbox, and I don't regret a fucking word I said at all. Like, yeah, dude, Xbox fucking sucks. Like, they still suck. They still do. Like, they just. I feel like they paid a lot of money to hopefully suck less, and I'm thinking that we're gonna see that. Like, yeah, okay, cool. Make State of Decay 3 good. Make State of Decay 3 good. You have a new Doom. Shit can turn around. You paid a fuck ton of money to turn this shit around. Hopefully it turns around. You know what I mean? But like, I don't give I just don't have. I can't. People say keep the same energy, and I do agree with that. But at the same time, you can't ignore the what came before it. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like Sony has done a lot of good things with their studios and their game releases, and even this generation. So it doesn't mean turn a blind eye if they make if they have a misstep or they fuck up. No, don't turn a blind eye. Acknowledge it and call it out, and be aware of it. But at the same time, it's like, okay, this is a misstep, or this is not too good, or you're letting some people down here. It's just not, it's just not really lining with the expectations. Let's get back on track. Like there's more room for error. There's more room. There's a higher tolerance, I guess I could say. There's a higher tolerance where it's like, that's not being a fanboy. It's not. Like, acknowledging that this company has earned more goodwill and done more things positive than negative in the game sector. It's not fanboy to acknowledge that and say, this is why I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to, I'm not going to jump the shark here, so to speak. And even maybe willing to play devil's advocate a little bit. The problem is when people try to say, keep that same energy for a completely separate company that has done the literal opposite of that. That has fumbled over and over and over and over and over, and has not really, like, they have like one win for every like 10 fucking losses. And it's like, why would you give them the benefit of the doubt? You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's all. All right. Okay. I'm way more behind than I thought. Holy shit. Okay. I am going to have to speed this up here so I can get to everybody. We have, thank you guys for all the support, by the way. Really do appreciate it. Seriously. Kareem Ali, you're saying, I don't understand the lack of major announcements from both first and third party, as every developer in the world just not ready to show anything. It's just not exciting anymore. It's just disappointing. I mean, yeah, kind of. Like, I think that it's not every developer, not every publisher, but it's a potent combination of a lot of things. It's a potent combination of, it's kind of the after effect of the pandemic and timelines being shifted, like pushed back significantly. So a lot of games that were supposed to come out previously actually getting delayed, and then because of that, a lot of games that were even supposed to come out now also getting delayed. It's that combined with the fact that, yeah, now games are more expensive than ever to make, and during a time when games are more expensive than ever to make, it's also during a time where economically everything's in the shitter and it's not looking good. And so these companies now have to take a more reactionary stance where it's like, oh, okay, things are not good. Things are not on the up. So we need to readjust. And there's no doubt that these games that are in development are being impacted by that readjustment. Shelly, you're saying you're not, though. You're saying it's dead on arrival and that anyone who disagrees is an Xbot. I don't get it. Nobody's defending it. They're just saving you from being premature. Same people will trash if it's bad. Well, okay. I'm not saying anybody who disagrees with me is an Xbot. I'm just saying that there are people getting very defensive about it, and they're reminding me of how Xbots act. But listen, dude, like when I saw Bleeding Edge, I fucking could not believe my eyes. I remember just like it was yesterday. Bleeding Edge was announced, and I made a stream, or I made a video, and I did have, I think at the time I did have a stream about it. I can't remember if I had a stream about it. This was a while ago, but I remember I was furious, and I was saying like, dude, I can't believe this is what their Ninja Theory's next game is. Like, I can't believe Microsoft is letting this happen. You know, like I can't believe they're going through with this. And I was like, yeah, this game's gonna flop because it looks bad. No one wants, like, literally no one asked for this. Nobody wants this. Nobody on Xbox, nobody on PlayStation, like, just nobody wants this. Certainly not from Ninja Theory. So there is a difference where Concord is being developed by a brand new studio, Firewalk, and Ninja Theory was already an established studio. But the point is, like, dude, everybody was in complete agreement where it's like, yeah, this just looks underwhelming, man. Like, this doesn't look good at all. And that's putting it lightly. That's putting it nicely. Dude, people were fucking shredding that game. Aggressively so. I'm not here to say Concord is exactly the same as Bleeding Edge. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're the same game. I'm saying that they have certain qualities and things in common where they are similar enough to where it's like, yeah, I feel very similarly about Concord. And here's the thing, nobody was telling me that. I'm just saying, nobody was fucking saying, just give it a chance, bro. You're being too premature. You're being too premature about it. Like, no, I wasn't. Even if I was, nobody was saying that. Everybody was agreeing with me. And I'm telling you, it's fucking clear as day. It's because this has a PlayStation logo on it. People are like, and you know what? Listen, I said this earlier, and maybe this explains it. Maybe the reason why people are being this way towards Concord is because of the PlayStation logo. It's because, well, we have a higher standard. So if Sony said this game is good enough to buy the studio, then the game, there must be something there. And okay, fine. I will leave it at that. That is fair. That is fair. You are using my own logic against me because that is how I see it. And I believe that. Okay? I believe that there are people, you know, I'll give people who are saying that the benefit of the doubt, where they're saying, look, you said it yourself. You're willing to give PlayStation more room to breathe. You're willing to give them, willing to play devil's advocate, right? Because they've proven that. They've earned enough goodwill. Fine. Doesn't mean I'm going to root for the game. Doesn't mean I'm even going to have anything positive to say about it. But I just have this gut feeling that, like, this, yeah, PlayStation, regardless of how much goodwill I want to give them, and as you know, regardless of how much credit I want to give them for what they've done, it's just like this. I'm struggling to do that with this game. I'm very much struggling to do that with this game. Uh-oh. Kyle Fritz is in here defending Bleeding Edge. Uh-oh. What's going on? Now, what's going on? All right. Digital Dude 25. You're saying here, just say Concord is not for you and move on. Why keep talking about it if you're not interested in it? Well, it's the same reason I talk about anything I don't like. Because there are just times where I want to talk about it. You know? Dude, if I just did that for everything, what you just said, because I've tried it. I have tried it. To be fair, Digital Dude, I have tried this in the past. For the things that I don't like or that I have an opinion on, but it's not a good opinion, it's like a negative opinion. If I were to just say, I don't like it, it's not for me, and I'm moving on now, because I've advocated for this as well, and I realize it's a lot easier said than done. Truthfully, dude, like, at least a quarter of my content wouldn't exist. And I can tell you for a fact that half of my best content, as in the content that people have cheered on, the content that people have enjoyed, the content that has the most engagement, and the content that has gotten the most support, wouldn't exist. You know what I mean? That's just the fact, dude. It can't be positive all the time. It just can't. All right, we have Silent Spartan, and he says, "I think it will do big numbers on PC. It's basically Destiny and Overwatch smashed together. Though I personally hope it fails." Yeah, I've been seeing more people say that, where they're saying like this game might speak more to the PC audience, and here's where I'm kind of curious, where if Sony actually sabotage themselves, because that I can see. Like when people say like this game, it might have the potential to find much more of an audience on PC, because of the type of game it is, how it's like like you're saying, it's Destiny and Overwatch kind of smashed together. Um, but I feel like Sony may have sabotaged themselves by, if you look at what people are talking about now when it comes to PlayStation on the PC side of things, they're like, well, Sony, we hate you because you're forcing us to make a PlayStation Network account. Like you did it anyway. Like you know what I mean? You didn't. You walked it back for Hell Divers 2, but just to re-implement it with single player, even single player games like God of War Ragnarok. God of War Ragnarok is a single player game, and they're still going to require it, and they're going to require it for every game. And I just wonder if like this game could have actually had a chance to find that next level of success on PC, but they actually may have sabotaged themselves by doing something to piss PC players off, which I don't care either way. I don't play on PC, but I'm just wondering like if they're going to regret that, where, you know. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima did it, and it seems to have done pretty well. Actually did really good. So I guess if you're Sony, you look at that, you're like, well, that shouldn't stop us. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to expect from this game on PC. I do have a strong feeling that, generally speaking, it's not going to do well. But yeah, I will say maybe on PC it has a little bit more of a chance. Maybe. Um, we have Rocket Raccoon saying Concord doesn't look terrible. I appreciate getting story content, but it feels underwhelming, especially given how many hero shooters there are now. Yeah, dude, the thing that really threw me for a loop when watching the state of play was how Sony they opened their show by revealing a new hero shooter, and then later in the show they showed a third-party hero shooter, Marvel Rivals, which is just like, what? I mean, it was weird to see that, dude. I think, dude, I think Marvel Rivals is likely to do significantly better than Concord. Like that's the thing that gets me, is like you're trying to give your, this is why I say they blew it, man, because it's like you're trying to give your brand new IP. And don't get me wrong, like I will give Sony credit where it's due. And where Sony deserves credit here is they're taking a risk on a new IP. We need, yeah, credit where it's due. However, outside of that, it's like, because it's a new IP, it's going to be a much harder sell. This is a new universe, new characters, a new developer. Why would you show the same exact type of game featuring Marvel characters on the same stream? Why would you do that? I don't, I just, maybe they were obliged, like they had to, but that was very strange for me to see. Big Shacker saying MVG not really Marvel Rivals, only averaged 2.8K players on the beta. It will be just like Concord. Holy shit. Okay, well, dude, yeah, that's weird to me, dude. If Marvel can't make, if a hero shooter with Marvel characters doesn't stand a chance, what chance does a game like Concord have? Seriously speaking, that's a serious question. Like, what chance does a game like Concord have? Chad A with the super chat says, remember, Lawbreakers came out 1 year after Overwatch. I can see Concord having the same fate. Lawbreakers even had the backing of of Gears of War creator. Dude, to be honest, I completely forgot about Lawbreakers. Holy shit. Yeah, that was weird. That was a weird thing to see. It's a good question, Chad A. You know, it's a good question. You know, do we remember Lawbreakers? And that was when the iron, they were striking when the iron was hot. I mean, I don't know. Some people are saying that people are at this point in time, they're looking for a new hero shooter, like something more fresh. And that I can understand. Like, yeah, we want the same genre. Like, we want a new hero shooter. We need something that feels fresh. But again, that's where I'm trying to figure out. Like, I watched the gameplay, I watched the trailer, and I'm like, what is fresh about this? I mean, maybe I guess it could be the shooting mechanics. Like, the shooting mechanics feel better than any of the other games' shooting mechanics. But it's like, I don't know. Like, is that really what people are looking for though in a hero shooter? Like, is that going to really be the difference maker? Where it's like the shooting feels much better. It's like, okay, but like, is that really what people were waiting for? I don't know. I mean, I want to say probably not. Like, I think it could help, but I just don't think that's what people are waiting for. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, you know what? I will say that that is interesting, and that is different. I did hear about that. That every week when you log in to Concord, there's going to be a new story, like a new vignette for a character, and you'll be rewarded for logging in each week with that. I guess that's cool. That could. I mean, I guess it just really comes down to like how interesting are the characters. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I saw the roster of characters. I'm like, are you I'm just saying, bro. I saw the roster characters. I'm like, this is okay. Okay. Can I explain what can I explain what I didn't like? Hmm. How do I put this lightly? I'll put it to you this way. After seeing the roster of characters that they showed, literally every character to me seemed like a character that I've engaged with probably 20 plus times in the last 10 years across different games, where it seems so generic that, dude, Sony would have had a better chance. Here we go. How about this? How about a fucking hero shooter, Sony, that features your own characters and your own IP? Oh my God. What about that? Sure, fine. Oh, you know what, Sony? Don't make an All Stars 2. Don't make a Battle Royale All Stars 2. You want to make a hero shooter? Why not feature your own IP? No good ideas aren't allowed. Dude. I'm mad. Like, I'm being kind of quiet right now because I'm just thinking in my head how much better that could be on every level. And you know what? It would be free marketing for their own games. That there's a way you could get people possibly interested in franchises that they weren't previously interested in. Kratos, Nathan Drake, Jin Sakai fighting with guns. No, well, not necessarily. They don't all have to have guns. That would be pretty funny though. Kratos running around with an assault rifle. Fuck, I'd play that. Hell yeah, I'd play that. Kratos with an assault rifle. Let's go. But it's a shooter. Well, I don't know, man. You're saying that sounds dumb. Okay. Well, Something tells me if it was announced, the PlayStation fan base would love it. MBG loves recycling. God damn, dude. There's no winning. There's no winning. That's Fortnite. Oh yeah, true. That's absolutely true. That's Fortnite. I mean, think about it. You could have Kratos with his rage ability. That would, he'd be like a tank, maybe. You could have Jin Sakai. He could use his katana, an arrow, and he could be like a fucking, I don't know. He could be like the stealth build. Or maybe, I don't know. I guess maybe Ellie would kind of have to be the stealth build. Why can't we have new characters? Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. These characters are definitely going to be memorable, for sure. Yeah, these are going to be some new memorable PlayStation characters, for sure. You're saying no offense, but that would be way worse. Well, maybe. Oh yes, Star Child. He's going to be memorable. We still. Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Any hope I may have had in Fair Games is gone, bro. I already knew Fair Games wasn't going to be good. Dude, believe it or not, I had more hope. I had more faith in I had more faith in Concord being a game that would excite me than Fair Games. And Fair Games, I feel like we know a little bit more about. I don't know, maybe Fair Games could be better. Maybe Fair Games would appeal to me more. I don't know. Fair Games does sound similar to Payday. It does. We have So You here, or AKA Mr. Hamster, saying, "Greetings, MBG. Looking good today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hamster. Thank you for stopping by, buddy." We have Doolin Jones saying, "Let's see what Concord can do. I will give it a try, but there's no need to hate them. We all know the fact that there will be a big PlayStation showcase coming September." No, I don't know that. Doolin, I'm going to be totally real with you right now. It's logically speaking, yeah, it tracks, but I don't know that. Actually, to be honest, I wouldn't be totally surprised if the PlayStation 5 Pro gets delayed. And I say that just because, like, I don't know. I could see Sony trying to position the PlayStation 5 Pro as close to GTA 6's release as possible. But I think they can only delay it so far because it's like, listen, um, the longer you take to release the PS5 Pro, the closer you're getting to the PlayStation 6. And you really don't want to release the Pro too close to the PlayStation 6. That's not going to help. But I'm just saying, man, like, I don't know that Sony's going to have a big showcase in September. Logically, should they? Yes, absolutely they should. But I don't know that. And I just can't do it anymore, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be negative. It's just I can't. Like, I can't talk about a PlayStation showcase because a PlayStation showcase, it's exactly what somebody said earlier. Sony operates on their own timeline. All I can say about a PlayStation showcase from this moment going forward is whenever Sony wants to put one on, they'll put one on. I'm not going to sit here waiting for it. I'm not going to sit here guessing. I'm not going to sit here anticipating. And I don't even care to, like, I'll cover the rumors. Like, if we get rumors from, uh, you know, reliable people, I'll cover them. But I'm taking everything with with a whole salt shaker at this point because, dude, I was convinced for the entirety of May because that's how everybody was talking about it. It's going to be a showcase. It's going to be a showcase. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And it wasn't. It's just like, okay, well, hey, my fault. That's my fault, dude. I get it. I get it. It's my fault. I should have never allowed myself to believe that it was going to be a showcase. I should have never allowed myself to assume it was going to be a showcase. So I'm just not doing it again. I'm just not. I'm over it. You know. Listen. You know where my excitement lies? I know people think it's been so doom and gloom and negative. You know where my fucking excitement lies? My excitement lies in the games I'm playing this year. My excitement lies in, you know what? I am still looking forward to Silent Hill 2 remake. Doesn't look perfect, but I'm still looking forward to it. I'm still going to play it. I'm excited for Until Dawn because I never played it and people are saying it's really good. And Astrobot could very well be the highlight of the year for me. Truthfully. Oh yeah, and the Elden Ring DLC is coming very soon. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of other games coming this year. And so there's excitement, dude. There's absolutely excitement there. It's just none of that excitement has anything to do with the PlayStation Showcase because I don't care anymore. When Sony's ready, they can let me know and I'll be excited. But until that day comes, oh yeah, shoot. Yeah, fuck, dude. Black Myth Wukong is coming out in August as well. I forgot about that. Hell yeah. So there we go, bro. There we go. Yeah, I don't know where that Spider-Man 2 DLC is, by the way. Maybe that'll show up at Summer Game Fest. We have Virtual Man here with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Virtual Man, saying, this isn't the first time Sony axed a more promising project in favor of something worse. Remember the Emoji Movie? I try not to think about that. We missed out on a Popeye movie to get that, but seriously, I hope Concord is at least decent. Oh, man, the Emoji Movie. Holy shit. What is up with Sony Pictures, man? What is going on at Sony Pictures anymore? You're saying here that you hope Concord is at least decent. I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I think the game will probably be decent. I do. You know, what we saw of Concord, it's not like, oh my God, that looks like an incompetent game. It looks like it's going to be broken and busted and doesn't understand what a hero shooter is. I don't think that's what Concord's going to be. No. And I think at the very least, yeah, it seems like it's going to be a competent, decent game. But the problem is I just don't think anybody's going to care. I don't think Concord is going to be able to do anything, especially as a game that's going to cost, I would assume, at least $40 and not be free to play. I just don't think it's going to be able to allow itself to truly stand out. And no matter how good, and I say this even with no matter how good the gameplay is. Like, I think gameplay is always king, absolutely. But I don't know, man. I'm not seeing. Listen, I'm going to put MBG aside for a second here, okay? I've been giving my own personal opinion this whole time. Let me speak from a more objective standpoint, and I'm going to do so by bringing in this article that I meant to read a while ago, but maybe now is the best time to read it. It's an article from VGC. It says PlayStation's trailers for Astrobot and Concord have received vastly different reactions from viewers. Both games were shown during Sony's State of Play presentation on Thursday, with Concord opening the show and Astrobot closing it, but the response to each has differed greatly. The Astrobot trailer has been almost universally praised, receiving 99% likes on YouTube at the time of this writing, with over 23,000 likes and only 245 dislikes. And honestly, this article was written up like 2 days ago, so I don't even know what it's at now. Actually, I think I can check really quick. Hold on. I want to see how many more likes it's garnered. I lost the page. I don't know why I lost the page. I didn't mean to quit out of it. All right, so I'm looking at PlayStation's YouTube channel. We have the Astrobot game. It's double that. It's almost double that now. The Astrobot trailer is sitting at 41,000 likes. And if I go to, well, let me finish reading the article. It says, however, the Concord gameplay trailer has received an overwhelmingly negative response, with only 18% of the likes on YouTube. With only 18% likes on YouTube at the time of this writing, only 2,700 likes, over 12,000 dislikes. Concord's cinematic trailer fared slightly better, but is still currently very much negative with 23%, only 23% likes. And so let me go check the updated numbers. I don't have the plugin to check dislikes. You would think I would, but I don't. So Concord has only garnered. Can somebody tell me? I know some of you guys have the plugin to see dislikes. Can somebody tell me how many dislikes the Concord trailers currently have, both the cinematic and the gameplay? Because for Concord's cinematic reveal, it has 3,700 likes, and it has only 171,000 views. The gameplay trailer has 334,000 likes and only 4,500 likes. And the top comment is, so many people are going to lose their jobs over this game. Holy shit. Overwatch 0.5. Oh my God. Okay. This isn't even the Overwatch at home. It's entirely homeless. Oof. Oof. My God, dude. Holy, you guys think I'm being brutal? Over 40,000 dislikes. Okay. Dude, those comments were like 1,000 times more brutal than anything I've said. Holy shit. That is crazy. You're saying go look at Helldivers reveal trailer. What does the Helldivers reveal trailer look like? Keep reading. You want me to keep reading the comments? Hope that ESG check was worth it. The most shocking thing about this trailer was that Sony left the comments open. The pitch was like, want to shut down some studios. Oh my. Wow. Look, man, I'll be honest with you. I knew some of these comments were going to be bad. I knew some of them were going to be bad, and I didn't expect them to be positive, but Jesus, this is brutal. This is straight up savagery here. That's savagery. It's worse than I thought. This is the internet. Yeah, I agree. The internet in 2024 is brutal. I agree. I do agree with that. Just call it Modern Audience the game. That one's pretty funny. Reading these comments gives me hope for the future of gaming. 1 week later, after this game drops, we're sorry the game didn't meet our expectations. 6 months later, shuts down. How generic do you want your game? Yes. You own the rights to the Bloodborne IP. Instead of a remake or remaster, even just a 60 FPS patch, we get this. I know Sony gets a lot of hate, but personally, I don't think they get enough of it. The sloppiest slop that ever slopped out of Slopsville. That one got me. I'm not going to lie. That one got me, dude. The sloppiest slop to ever come out of Slopsville. That one got me. I didn't see that one coming. I think it's because, like, I don't, is that a term, like, is that term, like, coming back? Like, are people starting to use the term slop now? Because I've been seeing that more recently, but, like, very recently, people using the term slop. And I feel like I haven't really heard that term. Like, that feels like a term that was used when I was, like, a kid. You've always used slop? You don't think so? Okay, maybe I just haven't been reading enough of the comments. I feel like, dude, that's like a term like my grandmother used to use to describe some of the shit I liked. My stream is buffering. I'm gonna start calling people nincompoops. Shit is lagging. Hold on. My stream is slowing. Hold on. Okay. I need to maybe get out of some of this. Yo, Infinity Nikki. This game has over one. This is the most viewed trailer, bro. Holy shit. The Infinity Nikki game has Dude, it has more views than Monster Hunter Wilds. It's got 1.2 million views. What? Is the stream still lagging, guys? I got to figure out what's causing this. This game is the equivalent of trying to get people to eat bugs rather than eating beef. This is like someone sucked all the ESG out of every game released in 2023 and injected it into this one. Clippy from Microsoft Word had more personality than every character in this trailer put together. I'm getting how do you do fellow kids vibes from this trailer. Why does this smell like Sweet Baby Ink? Annoying green characters, check. Independent strong women, check. Overly used generic big brute guy and robot, check. Fans, Days Gone 2, Sony, hero shooter with smug characters and terrible dialogue. Here you go. Dude, I'm sorry. How does anybody think this game is going to stand a chance? That's insane. Moments before disaster. Silent Spartan with a super chat says, to be fair, the pitch for DG2 sounded bad. They wanted to turn it into a multiplayer game. I don't know, man. I could kind of see how Days Gone could work as a multiplayer game. Like not a full multiplayer game, but having like a co-op aspect. I could see that. That'd be pretty neat. But it's interesting because Sony Bend is still like they are making a multiplayer game. So we're still getting that aspect. We're still getting something multiplayer from them. I mean, if they went full multiplayer, like we're turning Days Gone into a live service game, that would be weird. Yeah, that sounds like that could be disastrous. Waleed is now a game cat, specifically a white tiger, says Days Gone 2 could have been could have been the most improved game. Astro and 2 VR games saved the state of play for me. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think has disappointed me the most about seemingly not ever getting a Days Gone 2, at least not anytime remotely soon. I think the zombie hordes and the horde mechanic in Days Gone was really, 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 really well done. And that's like another thing is I just feel like there weren't like the only other game that I can recall that kind of leaned into the zombie horde mechanic was Left 4 Dead, but they're two completely different games. And I think like Days Gone didn't necessarily get enough credit for how well it handled that mechanic. And I always kind of thought, what else could they do, to kind of flesh that mechanic out? How much bigger could they go with like PS5 hardware and stuff like that? Oh yeah, that's true. World War Z as well. Yeah, they went pretty crazy with that. Um, and I just remember when playing that game, like that was one of the coolest things, like kind of roaming around in the open world and finding like, holy shit, look at this area. Like this has a whole. There's like hundreds of freakers as they called them, and it's like you kind of had to plan how you were going to approach it, how you were going to clear it out, and I like that. I just feel like there was more they could have done with that, and I don't know, it was a pretty cool mechanic. Josh Z with another super chat here says publicly trading companies will always prioritize growth and diversification. That is business 101. Yeah. Yeah. It kind of sucks because I mean I just don't know why again, like my whole thing is I don't know why all of these things can't really exist. I think I don't know. Like I understand that Sony's like we already have our post-apocalyptic zombie game with The Last of Us, but it's like come on, bro, like it's not the same at all. I don't know. I'm a sucker. I won't lie. I am a sucker for zombie games. Truthfully, in case you can't tell, I'm a sucker for zombie games. Magnum Gaming says Herman just wanted to be nice with that cougar. JC 2013, member for 14 months, says Overwatch community is done with Overwatch. Concord is exactly what they are into. In my opinion, Concord has a chance. I don't know, dude. I'll be real with you. Like, I was not paying close attention to the reception that this game was getting. Like, I've been seeing some stuff floating around on like Twitter and shit, but just checking the YouTube video and those comments, it's like I know they're just comments, and I know it's like it's not indicative of the wider market, but at the same time, I'm like, oh man, it's just like it's so much more brutal than I expected it to be. Like, I expected people to be expressing like disappointment, but I don't know. I don't know that it actually has a chance. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. I don't know. I'm not feeling confident, JC. That's the best way I could put it. I don't have any confidence. Even just to like looking out, like, you know, not putting my own opinion in there of the game, but just looking at it from a more objective standpoint. If I were Sony, I'd be worried. You know, talking from their perspective, like if I was Sony, knowing that holy shit, we bought this studio, I would be worried. I'd be very worried that I think we may have messed up here. That's all. That's all. That's not all. I clearly have more to say. You know, the devs see the hate. Yeah. They do it for ESG. That's pathetic if true. That's pathetic if true. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't feel sorry for the developers because don't get me wrong, like the developers shouldn't be hated on, you know, individually. I'm just saying, like, it's hard for me to feel sorry when it's like I like, who didn't see this coming, dude? I mean, don't get me wrong, like it's a little bit more brutal than I expected, but like more generally speaking, like did Sony and the development team think they were going to get a positive, exciting response to this game? Yo, Jim knew. Jim was like, "Yo, I'm out, bro." Jim dipped. Jim dipped. He's like, "Oh, I'm out. Good luck, Herman. Peace. I'm going to be chilling on the beach." We have OK here with another super chat saying PlayStation/Holst 100% believe in Concord as a AAA franchise. Purchased a studio, leads with the game in the state of play, positioned as a major primary first person 2024 game. It's not free to play. Wow. You're right. You're right, man. You lined it all up right there. You lined it all up. And we have Corey, the legend Landiga, coming in. He is keeping the membership train rolling today. He drops another 10 bomb on you guys, bringing us up to 40 members on the day. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and supporting the membership community. I will let all of my channel members know, or anybody who just got gifted a membership, I did like literally 5 Members Lounge episodes last week, okay? So if you got a membership gifted, you now have access to all of those, as well as every previous Members Lounge episode. You never know what you're going to get, man. I will tell you, the Members Lounge is a completely mixed bag. You genuinely never know what you're going to get, because I don't even know what you're going to get, and that's the beauty of it. So go enjoy the Members Lounge. You also gain access to all of the exclusive community posts. And Corey, once again, thank you, bro. Thank you for always supporting this community. We are now 10 bomb away. We are 10 memberships away from hitting a second goal. So let me update this for you. And all right. Good stuff. 10 bomb away, or 2 5 bombs, or 10 individuals. However way you want to look at it. But okay, to what you said here, man, like that, yeah. I will say, man, like you're lining it up here very clearly for at least for me. I don't know, maybe there is a different angle here, but they believe in Concord 100% as a AAA franchise. They went out of their way to purchase the studio. They led with this game to open the state of play, and they're positioning it as a major first-person shooter for 2024, and it's not free to play. Yeah. You know what? I would love to be a fly on the wall, dude. I would. I would love to be a fly on the wall. It's like, dude, it's like okay, secretly Jim Ryan. I said he was Mark Cerny. Okay, secretly Jim Ryan, dude. Now that Jim Ryan's retired, he's coming here to like kind of reveal certain shit. He's revealing the plans. He's giving us that insider insight secretly. Jim, I know it's you. I know it's you. He's trying to tell us. He's trying to tell us. Wait, Rudy, what are you talking about, bro? We got Andreas coming in, dropping a 5-bomb on you guys. And then Hellbound 1981, another 5-bomb back to back. Andreas and Hellbound with the 1-2 punch, 2 5-bombs to get us up to the 50 member mark, crushing a second goal for the day. You guys are amazing. Full blown membership train going right now.
Kept you waiting, huh?
I'm just going to throw out some random sound bites now because why not?
It's dangerous to rely on teraflops as an absolute indicator of performance.
Corey says, come on, folks, we must summon our boss. Where is boss? Hello, boss. Are you ready? Are you ready for some more snacks? Because we hit 2 goals today. He's ready, man. We'll give him some snacks and we'll give him some catnip and we'll continue our conversation. I still have some more super chats. Again, thank you guys so much for waiting patiently. Come here, boss. Oh, you didn't finish your snacks from earlier. You know what? I think I'm just going to give him catnip for now because I think I gave him like a lot of snacks earlier. He didn't even finish all of them. You want more? Okay. He's like, no, I want more. I'll give you a couple more. There. And we'll throw in some cat crack. When you're done. Okay, when you're done. Oh, you want that more than a snack, huh? Get in there. Good. All right. Well, boss should be pretty happy now. He's got his snacks. He's got his catnip. He's living the life. Here, I'm going to put your snacks down here. Cat Quest. Oh, man. Why? That section of his cat tower is like all wet, I guess, from him licking it. But thank you guys so much for all of your support, really. We have blocked 3 times saying, speak your truth, man. I appreciate that, bud. I'm trying. We have Jordan with the $10 chat saying, industry consolidation is the problem. Shareholders become the greatest influence over game creation. They look at past successes and try to replicate. Creativity is stifled and originality disappears. I do believe that. And here's the thing, like, I obviously I want more original things. I like new IP, but I'm also a believer like, we don't need listen, if times are tough and you need to kind of lean on something that's a little bit tried and true, I'm okay with that as well. That's why I'm saying like I would listen, I would say I would go as far to say I'd rather get something a little bit on the safer side, but knowing for sure I will like it rather than see something come out that's new but terrible. Like I think most people feel that way. And I do just question sometimes, when it's like when we're talking about new games, new IP, that's what's weird is like people are trying to make it seem like what Sony showed us with this game. Like I have seen people trying to make it sound like this is something fresh, this is something new. isn't that what you wanted? And it's like there's nothing fresh or new about this. This is literally one of the most generic thing. Like you could call this generic the game. You know, it's just it's not fresh at all. And I think that's what's most disappointing about it is it's like I would definitely be more willing to, you know, maybe give this game a chance if it didn't come off to me as like saying I'm arguing the minority. I mean, look, generic can still be good, right? But I think there has to be if you're gonna do something that looks generic or looks somewhat unoriginal, like yeah, well, you're just kind of copying other games. I think that can absolutely work. Like I've enjoyed a ton of Souls-like games where it's like, yeah, this game is like Liza P, right? Liza P is a great example of a game it's very much generic in the sense that oh, it's another Souls-like, but I can promise you that if you play Liza P, you realize very quickly, and maybe this could be the case for Concord, and we're not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. But with Liza P, you get a little bit deep into that game, like just, beyond the surface level, and you realize very quickly, like, oh, actually, this game is doing some different things. This game is actually it's taking some concepts and some things obviously from Dark Souls, from Elden Ring, from all from software, but it's also throwing in a couple of its own twists and a couple of its own curveballs, and most importantly they work. Like they actually work, and they work very well. And that's why I'm saying like you know that could be here for Concord, but I don't know, man. I feel like, see, I just kind of want to go back a moment here to what OK said, because that's why I said I would love to be a fly on the wall, dude. Like I would love to be a fly on the wall and hear how Sony is reacting internally to the reaction to their game. Because I don't know, man, like I just want to know, like, is Sony surprised? Are they surprised? Are they caught off guard? Are they like, "Oh shit, we didn't expect this"? I don't think so. I find that hard to believe, because I'm like, why haven't we heard a thing about this game until now? Why do you like? Since when? Let me ask you this. This is a serious question. Since when does Sony begin to market a game 2 months before it launches? Like, I mean, to where you've seen nothing. You've seen nothing of this game, and it's coming out in 2 months, and now we're going to talk about it. When have they ever done? They've never done that, dude. They've never done, like, they've never hit it that much. They've never hit any of their games as much as they've hit Concord, and something tells me they have to know. No, Helldivers 2, believe it or not, got quite a bit. It was not a lot, but we saw Helldivers 2 multiple times. Like, we did. We did see it multiple times. And more important, here's the most important thing. They didn't hide what Helldivers 2 looked like. And my big thing with Concord is they basically hid what this game actually looked like for a whole year. And they refused to talk about it, dude. They refused to talk about Concord. They refused to give any more info on it. Firewalk wasn't allowed to say shit. And this was the first time we're ever seeing it. And it's just, this would be like the equivalent. And this game isn't free to play, right? It's a paid for game. This would be the equivalent. Now, granted, they kind of did the same thing with Astro, so I guess we could say that now we have another game. And maybe this marks a complete change in strategy. By the way, that's another thing that's worth noting here. This could be a complete change in strategy, but I'm just wondering if like would we see something like this happen with a you wouldn't see something like this happen with like Death Stranding 2 or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, it's true. We'll find out. This could mark a complete shift in their marketing strategy. It could. It could be. Because it is true. They didn't say anything about Astro either, so I can't overlook that. They didn't say shit about Astro, and they're just like, here it is, and it's out in 3 months, and I love that. I gotta admit, like that's awesome. I have to admit, like that's actually awesome, and maybe this is the strategy they're going for. Like maybe this is just to look at it from a more broad viewpoint here. Maybe this is why we're not getting a showcase because they're like, we don't want to like show shit until we're about to launch it in like 3 or 5 months. That could be it. That'd be a very interesting change for Sony. We have Waleed is now a game cat saying MBG one angle is Sony's trying to counter Call of Duty. I do think Sony does have their own Call of Duty-esque game in development, but that's with a completely different studio. That's with Jason Blundell's new PlayStation studio that they haven't announced yet. This game is not at all competing with Call of Duty. No chance. I mean, this game I think could be viewed as a Overwatch competitor. But outside of that, yeah, I don't think it's competing with Call of Duty. Funk says he's a member for 8 months. He says, if a genre is not for you, it does not mean it's shit. A lot of games as a service get a lot of hate and they end up being successful. Concord gameplay looks great. I mean, look, I'm not saying the game, to be clear, I don't think the game looks shitty because it's a hero shooter. I really I need to make it clear that I haven't engaged very much at all with the hero shooter genre, but I've never had a problem with it. Like my biggest problem with this is it's the level of generic and just I don't know, like the people who like you're saying that you're saying the Concord gameplay looks great, like I I I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here, but it's like what about its gameplay looks so great? Like it looks competent. It doesn't look bad. Like, oh man, that like I mean, I'm thinking of the one clip where the dude's using the revolver, but I'm like, it looks like Destiny. Like saying, be honest, you looked at that trailer once. Actually, I watched it 2 more times after. The movement, the double jump, the sliding. Okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about the movement too much. Maybe that'll be what stands out. Qualify great then. Well here's something that I think would have been interesting. And this is look, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sure anybody who thinks Concord looks good, I'm sure they'll say, "Man, that sounds terrible." I'm just sitting here thinking like what if instead of Sony tasking well, they didn't, to be fair, they didn't task Firewalk, but I'm just thinking about Concord and noting that Sony's behind it, Sony owns the studio. What if rather than leaning into the direction that every other hero shooter has leaned into, which is sci-fi or like kind of over the top and everybody, like these over the top personalities. And then also this game very clearly kind of leaning into the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like what listen, Sony's known for making more mature, serious themed games. Like, why not make it a more mature themed, serious hero shooter? Something, dare I say, a little bit darker. Because I don't think that exists. I mean, I don't know. I'm not familiar with what Valorant is, but I don't know that would we call Valorant like a dark. It's like I'm just saying, like that's the problem. Is everybody's making these hero shooters, and they all just seem kind of the same. Like they're all trying to do the same exact thing, and that's no, like I'm just saying, man, like you can have interesting and unique personalities, but with a darker tone, you know? But I guess it's like, well, if we want this game to be more broadly appealing, that's probably why, because they're like, oh, well, it's too mature, you know, we're not going to capture a younger audience. It's like, yeah, but I don't know, dude. You have a massive player base on PlayStation. Like, if you made something like that, that audience would probably gravitate to it, you know? Sci-fi spaghetti western is the vibe they wanted. Yeah, I guess that'd be a good way to describe it. So if Concord is successful, then Marathon will have to compete with Concord. Yeah, I mean, if Marathon does turn out to be a hero shooter, yes. Okay, you're right. Don't call it a hero shooter. Call it a anti-hero shooter. There you go. You're saying there are dark characters in hero shooters. Are there? I would never know. Just based off of everything I've seen, you know, just like from the outside looking in, I would on it like genuinely, I would never guess that. You think Star Child's gonna be dark? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I do wonder. Like, are any of these characters gonna be like super dark, like deep characters? Which one will it be? It'll be Star Child. That'd be yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. We have Treble Champ here saying, I think Concord looks like an utter embarrassment, and I can't believe it took 5 years to make this. Do you like to listen to podcasts when gaming? And are there any you recommend? Honestly, the only gaming like I don't I don't really listen to podcasts. I don't watch too much gaming stuff because I don't know. I don't know. I just don't feel the need to. I just like to kind of I guess it's because I feel like I talk about games so much. I don't know that I want to listen to it. The only podcast that I actually listen to somewhat regularly is like Sacred Symbols. Um, and that's about it. But even then, like I do miss some of their episodes, and I just kind of again I talk so much about gaming myself that I just kind of you know I watch like other stuff. You know when I'm gaming, honestly, when I'm gaming, if it's if it's possible, I usually listen to music while gaming, not podcasts. But it really depends on the game I'm playing. Um, so Treble Champ, I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. We also have OK with another super chat saying, if it is not worth sacrificing personal integrity for brand loyalty, or sorry, it is not worth sacrificing personal integrity for brand loyalty. We are paying customers, not paid advocates. For gaming to thrive, we need honesty. I agree with that. That's exactly what I'm striving for here, man. And look, again, I'm not the most important thing that anybody who watches my streams or any of my content, the most important thing I could tell them is that if you are coming here because you want to hear like something specific said to you, like one specific thing, and you want it to just be that thing over and over again, you're at the wrong place. And I say that respectfully, you know. Um, I'm not here to appease a specific group of people and to just say what it is that people want to hear. I'm here to just be me. And the truth is, and I've known this my whole life, is me being me also means I'm going to get some flack. It also means that I'm going to get some pushback. It also means that I'm going to say things that maybe do go against the grain. But I can also assure you that I am not you know, I don't just go against the grain for the sake of going against the grain. I think a lot of people do that. I think a lot of people are like, I'm going to go against the popular opinion because I'm cool. You know, like that's a cool thing to do. Like, no, I don't do that at all. There are many times where I've done the opposite, where I'm like, whatever the popular opinion is, I don't, you know, I don't see the problem. Like, I actually totally agree. And there have been times where it's like, yeah, I've gotten criticized for that. And that's where it's just, I've been doing this long enough to know that there are two ways to approach, talking about games on the internet. Okay. And talking about the gaming industry on the internet. There are two ways to approach it. Way number one is it's a game in and of itself. And you're aware that it's a game and you're going to play that game. Okay. Way number two is you're not going to play the game. You're just going to say what you need to say. And it's not to say that I've never played the game before. I certainly have. And you know what I'm talking about. But it gets old really fast and it gets very boring and it gets very stale and it's not real. That's why I don't like playing the game, so to speak. Too many people are too focused on fucking playing these bullshit games on the internet for W's and L's and for clout and shit. And it's just like, doesn't that shit get like boring? Like seriously, like doesn't that start to just feel like pretty juvenile and like what are you in high school? And for me, I'm just not interested in that. Like I'm not interested in creating an echo chamber. I'm not interested in like I actually believe it or not, I do appreciate the pushback because it at least confirms to me that I don't have a fucking echo chamber. You know? Like that not everybody's just gonna say, well, MBG said this thing was bad, so I'm gonna agree with him. But for the people, I'm just saying like it's nice to have um a diverse group of people with different opinions. And do I see opinions that I absolutely disagree with, or I'm like, I don't fucking understand where you're coming from at all? Yeah. But at the very least I could say, hey, I'm as long as you're not being a dick, which none of you are, it's like that's good. I like that. You would talk about diversity. That's diversity, and I like that. What I really can't stand is when things start to become boxed in, and I see it. Like I see it happen all the time, where it's like we can only think one way collectively. Hive mind type shit, and that's what I mean about playing the game. Playing the game basically means what hive mind do you want to subscribe to? What echo chamber do you want to subscribe to? And I'm so fucking over that shit where it's like, none of it. Fuck it all, dude. Fuck all of it. It's all bullshit and it sucks. It's not fun. It's not interesting. It's you're a drone. If you know what I mean? If you're part of that, you're a drone. And I'm not here to say what people should or shouldn't do, but I'm just saying I think there's more to all of this than just being a drone. You know what I mean? Boss, do you agree? I don't know. I think Boss agrees. We have hold on. Bobby Heckelmeyer says, "I'm a Concord fanboy. I'll defend this game till I die." All right. Well, I mean, I can at least respect that you're admitting it, Bobby. I can respect. Like, look, I can respect people who can just say, like, "Look, man, this is what I am." I mean, I'm pretty sure you're kidding, Bobby, but seriously, I can respect. Like, I don't know. It's just it walks this like weird fine line of like I can kind of. It's like if somebody says like I'm a bad person and I do bad things, it's like I don't know that I could respect that. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I'm just saying it's like one small step above a person lying about who they really are and what they're really doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody's going to be shitty, I'd rather them be like, I am going to be shitty and I accept that. It's like, okay, like that's better than somebody lying and be like, oh no, like if you're a fucking wolf, just admit you're a wolf. You know what I'm saying? Don't hide in the sheep's clothing. That's all. That's all. That's all I say. That's all because it's definitely not. It's definitely not all. Bobby, I know you're kidding, bro. I know you're kidding. Prince G says my PS5 library is at 1,550 games, so I'm good. Yeah, wow, okay. That's a lot of games, dude. That's a lot of games. I mean, hey, listen. There's no denying that there's more games than ever to play. Oh man. I saw this video recently. I did come across this one video. Do you guys know about um Kyle Bozeman, I think his name is? And I remember him from, he does like the openings for like Jeff Keighley shows or like Summer Game Fest. And he put a video out on Concord, and I was actually interested in it, and I was watching it. But at some point in the video, he called out Sony, and like, because Sony in their PlayStation presentation, they were like, we have 9,000 like publishers, like over like 9,000 publishers, or like 2,000 publishers, not 9,000, like over 2,000 video game publishers on the PlayStation Store. And he was like, I'm going to talk about this later. And at the end of his video, he highlighted that there was this game on the PlayStation Store that was made by this random publisher. I don't even remember the name of it, where they called it like off-road Jeep driving or something like that. And he was explaining that like it's illegal to use the word Jeep, like that's an actual automobile company. Like you can't just use that word. So that's there. And then he like was showing the game and how ridiculously bad it was and how all of the screenshots were just like AI generated. But what was even worse is in the game, there was like a random, I guess, fast food restaurant called Hungry Jack's. And he was like, isn't that what Burger King is called in like Australia or something? And it was embarrassing, dude. Like Sony should be fucking embarrassed and ashamed of themselves, because it's like, this is the shit you're letting slide on by onto your store, where like this video game publisher that you said this is one of our 2,000 video game publishers, they're literally doing illegal things and you're just letting it happen on your store. And I was just kind of glad that Kyle Bozeman pointed this out, because it's depressing, where it's like, I've looked at the PlayStation Store and I'm literally like, what the hell is this shit, dude? Like, there has to be somebody in place to filter some of this. I know it's probably not going to be easy, and it would probably be kind of expensive, but it's like, even if you just get like just 2 or 3 people, please, where their only job in life is to each week go through these games and just clearly weed out, like this game should have been weeded out. Like, literally just based off the title. Like, yeah, you can't use the word Jeep. We're not releasing this on our store. It's a fucking joke, dude. And that shit is just so disappointing to see. And I was just kind of glad to see that I wasn't the only one that noticed this crap. Dude, I don't even browse the PlayStation Store anymore, by the way. Just to put it out there, Sony wants me as a PlayStation customer. Their number one thing is they want me to go in the PlayStation Store and browse. And it's like, I don't want anything to do with the PlayStation Store anymore, because every time I go there, I'm just met, like, if I just click PS5 games and I want to see all the PS5 games, I'm met with a wall of garbage. Just a complete wall of garbage. And I know that they have these different sections, and sometimes on occasion I lean into that and it helps me out. But oh my God, dude, it is atrocious. I'm just shocked Sony doesn't do more about it. You know what I mean? Like, they just are like, this is fine. Like, is this though? Is this? Yeah, it's been, you're right. It's been happening all generation. I think they need to try to do something, dude. Something. Something is better than nothing in this case, because right now they're doing nothing. All right, let's see. We have Shogun Blaze Z. He says, MBG, why not be excited about a new IP from Bend? We should be more upset at Naughty Dog and all this remaster trash. If anything, them and Media Molecule, we should be shitting on Sony for Naughty Dog remasters. Well, you know what? So to be clear, I am still looking forward to Sony Bend's new IP. I don't. The only problem with it is I have no idea what it's going to be. I don't know what to expect. I just the only thing I know about Sony Ben's new IP is it's not going to be like Days Gone. That is safe to say. But to be clear, I am still excited for it. Like I am happy that Sony Ben is working on something brand new because what's not. I mean, there's always a risk. You know, could Sony Ben's new game look like the opposite of what I want? Yeah, it could, and I really hope it's not. Like I want it to be something that speaks to me. Obviously, I'm in that selfish gamer way. Like I want this to be good. I like Days Gone. I'm not getting Days Gone 2. So whatever your new game is, I hope it speaks to me just as much, if not more. So I am excited at the fact that they're willing. You know, they're being given the chance to work on something brand new. But I am also trying to just be careful and accepting that I might not like it. You know what I mean? Like it might end up being something that doesn't speak to me. I'm just keeping that in mind. But when you talk about the remasters and the remakes, yeah, I agree. I think Naughty Dog I don't know what's going on with Naughty Dog, dude. All I do know is that some level of mismanagement has occurred. Sony did mismanage Naughty Dog with the live service game. Sony did mismanage Media Molecule, and because of this, I'm starting to think we're not going to get new games from them. Well, Media Molecule, we're not getting a new game from them this generation. We're not. Naughty Dog, I'm starting to think we're not. I'm starting to think that we will see Naughty Dog's new game this generation revealed, but it's actually going to be a PlayStation 6 game. Um I hope I'm wrong. Neil Druckmann recently teased their game. He said like it's something fresh for them, and that gets me excited because it's like, oh, something brand new. Okay, no more Last of Us, no more Uncharted. Let's see something new. I'm hoping again. I'm trying to be optimistic, and I'm hoping for something that looks really good and exciting, and like wow, I can't wait to play that. But when it comes to the remakes and the remasters, yeah, it's a double edged sword because I won't lie, I love a lot of remakes, you know, and I don't agree with people who are like we need less remakes. Like I mean, we need more new games on top of the remakes. That I agree with, but I can't deny that a lot of the games that I like to play are remakes. Because good, one of my most anticipated games right now is Metal Gear Solid Delta. I mean, that's not from Sony, but it's like, yeah, I can't deny. Like, I'm super excited for that. You know, it's the nostalgia factor. But I get what you're saying, man. Where it's like we can't be having Sony Studios just feed us remasters and remakes of games that we're not asking for. You know, in between their big releases. That to me is something that will start to work against Sony. Like if it's true that we're getting a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, it's like hmm? What? You know, it really is just like why? I mean, like really, like why? Like The Last of Us Part One, I was pretty, I was kind of frustrated with it because I'm just like, I kind of appreciate to a degree what they're doing here. It's like, oh man, look at the game remade on PS5. Look, it can look the best it possibly can. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of sick. But there's also this part of me that's like, but did this really need that? But I don't know though because it's like I think about all the people who never did play The Last of Us One, and like that's their first time playing it on PS5. I think about Until Dawn. Until Dawn's a remake, and I've never played Until Dawn, and this game's for me. It's literally for somebody like me where I didn't play the original, and I definitely don't have much of an interest in going back and playing the PS4 version. I'm actually totally fine, like playing the new updated version, new remade version. Um, but I could also see how, like, if you're somebody who did play Until Dawn, you're like, this seems totally needless, 2 to 4 year old remasters are the definition of insanity. I can agree with that. Yeah, we don't need stuff being remade that's like 5 years old or 6 years old. Like that's why to me a remaster of Horizon Zero Dawn, if it's real, would be like, oh, why, dude? Like that's crazy to me. It should be a 10-year rule. Yeah, like Until Dawn is pretty. I think Until Dawn's like 9 years old or something. So it's pretty close. You know, it's pretty close to that. Because I agree. Like I don't know, 10 years is maybe. Yeah, I mean it's different for all games. You know, remake games that are from 3 to 4 generations ago. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. Here's the thing: Sony definitely has more remakes and remasters lined up. It'll be really interesting to see what they have, because I think they have the opportunity to either get people excited and be like, "Oh yeah, cool," or really piss some people off. Yeah, that's true. The Last of Us was 9. Yeah, that's very true. That's true. Wait, was it 9 years? Hold on, no. I don't think that's correct. No, I think it was like 7 or something. God of War 2018 remaster. I think they are probably remaking the original Uncharted, like the first one. It was. You're saying it was 9? Okay, okay. It's pretty close, man. It's pretty close. We have Silent Spartan here with the super chat saying vignettes sound a little like comic strips a la Destiny, not actual cutscenes. Very lazy. Time will tell, though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming when they say vignettes for Concord, they're talking about like full blown like 5-minute cutscenes, 3-minute cutscenes, something like that. But I don't know, man. It's gonna be messy. I'll tell you that. I can tell you that. I can tell you, like, look, I don't know how Concord's going to do. I know some people are saying it's going to do better. All I can say is I think it's going to be messy. Like, I feel 100% confident in that. It's already messy, and I think it's going to have a messy launch. And I think the conversation surrounding this game is going to remain messy, no matter what. And that I just don't think that can be undone. But yeah, like you're saying, time will tell. Time will tell. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You're saying they called that CGI trailer before the gameplay vignette. That's what I was thinking too. We have Anthony Perez saying for games this year, you still have FF7 Rebirth, and my suggestion is to focus on story and save world content for post game. Yeah, it seems likely I'm going to be able to get back to Rebirth at some point this year because I mean, there's a lot of third party games that are yet to be announced that are still coming out this year, but right now it does seem like I will be able to get back to it, and that's what people have been telling me. Like, don't let the kind of open worldness of it and the extra content kind of overwhelm you. So we'll see. We'll see when that happens. We have a Narcan Blitzer, Magneto, Master of Magnetism. I still watching the X-Men movies. I just got done watching X-Men Apocalypse. I kind of liked what they did with Magneto in that. I feel like it was a little bit rushed though, I'm gonna be honest, but still pretty cool. But that movie as a whole was pretty, yeah, a lot of weird things going on there. You're saying here, MBG, when is the Summer Game Fest show's date, this month or July? Do you think we'll see Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake Delta gameplay? What about MGS 1 through 4 Remaster Collection? Will both release this year? Some good questions. Summer Game Fest, June 7th. Okay, Summer Game Fest is June 7th. So this week, I will be streaming it, and it should be a good time. Will we see Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta gameplay? What about MGS 1 through 4 Remaster Collection? Will both release this year? I think Konami's about to announce something, to be honest, because Konami seemed to hint during their, like, they had this kind of like Metal Gear Solid transmission that was hosted by, they didn't call it a transmission, but it was like this 5-minute video highlighting the Metal Gear Solid collection. It was hosted by David Hayter, and he seemed to like make it sound like they were going to be coming back with that. And the rumor is we're supposed to be seeing Metal Gear Solid 3. I might do a dedicated stream on this potentially, but we're going to be seeing Metal Gear Solid 3 this week. And so people are thinking Summer Game Fest. Don't forget, Jeff Keighley hates Konami. So I'm thinking Konami might do something on their own, and it might be some kind of like Metal Gear Solid type transmission thing where we get extended gameplay of MGS3. We get the release date. Apparently, we're going to be getting Collector's Edition announced. Can't wait to see what's in that. And on top of that, I could see them maybe teasing or even announcing the Metal Gear Solid collection, the second, volume 2 or something like that. So, that's a lot of speculation on my part. I'm just going to say, if you're interested in hearing more about Metal Gear, pay close attention to this upcoming week, because I think we're going to be hearing about it. And I'm very fucking excited about that. I'm just, pull the trigger, Konami. Let's do it. The Zombie Fanatic, you're saying, MBG, do you think the PS5 Pro was revealed in Astro? I don't know. I saw people talking about that. That was a PlayStation console with the plates taken off of it. If you take off the plates on your PlayStation, that's what it looks like. So I'm assuming like he finds this plateless PS5, takes it out of the sand, and then it gets its plates and he flies it. That's what I think. We have the... Oops, hold on. The Otacon68 saying, am I the only one who thinks Silent Hill 2 looks great? Speaking as a big fan of the original, it is console exclusive. It's funny because my focus on Silent Hill 2 is I do think it looks good, generally speaking, and I'm still looking forward to playing it. It seems like it's a little bit rough around the edges in some areas, which is what concerned me. But, maybe I'm expecting, I don't know, maybe I'm expecting perfection or something. I don't know. But then I saw people were caught up on how the one, I forget her name, the one character looked. The first character you see, what's her name? She was wearing the white sweater. Silent DEI. Yeah, people are like upset at how they changed Angela. Thank you. Yeah, they were upset at how they changed her, and I won't lie. Yeah, what the fuck is going on there? I'm not saying that that's enough to stop me from playing the game. That would be quite extreme, because from a gameplay perspective, I'm enjoying it. Like, I like the ambiance. I think some of the environments look really good. Yeah, I mean the gun combat looked pretty good. The melee combat was like, ooh, okay, that's not looking too good. But like, yeah, I don't know. I saw the comparison pictures of like Angela from the remake and from the previous games. I'm like, the fuck are you doing? Metal Gear Solid Delta is being shown at the Xbox Showcase, according to Ches Corden. Oh, shit. Damn. Well, hey, man. Sony, what the fuck? You could have got the game, bro, to show it your state of play. But, dude, if Metal Gear shows up at the Xbox Showcase, then I'm going to be fucking hyped. Microsoft they know how they can rope me in, bro. Yeah, $200 collector's edition. What do you think it's going to be? But yeah, I mean, look, I was looking at that, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what you guys are doing, but this looks pretty ridiculous, But at the same time, I still like as a complete game from what they showed, it still looks like something I'm gonna enjoy. We'll see though. We'll see. Perfect Image, you're saying, why do you want new games? Wherein PlayStation Extra has so many games. Well, I don't know. I mean, PlayStation Extra and Plus are PlayStation Plus Extra and Premier are fine, but I don't know. My gaze is fixed on the new games that are coming like this year and 2025 because I buy games. You know, like when there's games that come out that I'm excited about, I buy them at launch. And that's like why I don't really find that's why I don't really find these games that are brought into these services, you know, I just don't find myself gravitating towards these services because I'm like, I know all these games that are here already. And if I was interested in any of them, I would have bought them at launch and I would have played them, you know? So that's probably why. Didn't Metal Gear Solid Delta already appear in an Xbox developer update? They did, yeah. Yeah, so I do believe that. If I do, you know, if there's rumors going around that Metal Gear is going to show up at the Xbox showcase, I would believe it. Yeah, absolutely. The only thing that's weird about it is the announcement was made at the PlayStation showcase last year, but then it showed up at an Xbox show, and now, and I just think I don't think either Sony or Microsoft had the marketing rights. I think Konami's just like, we're gonna go where we want, you know. Maybe Konami's like, we want to try to really get some good sales on this game on the Xbox side of things. I don't know. But I'll be there. I'll be watching. Antonio Lopes, you're saying context is important. If Concord was being made by Sucker Punch while showing a Ghost of Tsushima 2 trailer, people would be more receptive. Sony bought this studio in Haven. The only thing I'm not quite understanding, Antonio, is like you're saying, if Concord was being made by Sucker Punch while showing a Ghost of Tsushima 2 trailer, what do you mean by that exactly? My chat is freezing, dude. What is going on with my chat box? It's like freezing. You're saying both things happening at the same time with no compromise. He means it'd be worse if the known studio was making a risky IP like this. That I can agree with. I mean, if you're talking about the idea of Sucker Punch making both games, like we're making Concord and Ghost of Tsushima 2, I don't think that would be possible. But dude, yeah. I mean, look, man, if any like known PlayStation studio came out and showed Concord, I'd be like, you think I'm losing my shit this stream? Dude, I would have had a fucking meltdown, bro. Like, I mean, a full blown, like, oh man, MBG went off the deep end here, bro. He's gone. You know, if they were like, if Sucker Punch revealed Concord, I would cry, bro. I'd be like, there ain't no way. What'd they do? What Sony? What'd you do? What went wrong? I slipped into a different timeline. So like I said, I am grateful that it is a new studio, and I get what you're saying. They bought this studio and they bought Haven, and I agree. Like, see, it makes it easy for me. Believe it or not, I've said what I had to say today about Concord. It makes it easy for me to just, when I'm done saying my piece, walk the fuck away and be like, well, you know what? Hey, this is a studio that PlayStation owns that I have no interest in, and I probably never will. And I'll just focus on all the other studios that I am interested in. And that to me is that's where ASTROBOT comes in perfectly, where ASTROBOT makes it easy for me to not remain upset. Like, I'm upset at what I'm seeing. I'm upset that this is the result of Concord and them buying the studio. But at the same time, though, like, am I upset when it's like, okay, well, here's ASTROBOT, and that's coming in September from Team Asobi. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. You know, that's actually sounds pretty good to me. So for those who are interested in Concord, have at it. I'm going to be playing Astrobot. You thought I don't, you're saying I thought you didn't like platformers though. No, I do like platformers. I just don't play them like hardly ever. I've never had a problem with platformers. I've just never gravitated towards them. And to be honest, Astro's Playroom was like the first time I actually like, sat down in recent memory and like played a full like platformer from start to finish. And I was very delighted with it. And no, you know, now that I'm excited for Astrobot, I don't know. This could be opening a whole new door for me, you know? I gotta stop saying, you know. This could be opening a whole new door for me into the world of modern platformers, modern 3D platformers. We will see. I played Sackboy in the past. Yeah. It was okay. I had some fun with it. Something about Astro though really really hooked me. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I'll probably be playing more platformers going forward. At least giving them some of them a shot. We have Orange Crush Gaming saying, MBG, I'd rather get these crappy games out of the way so we can make room for the good ones coming out next year. I guess that's one way of looking at it. Corey, the Legend Landiga, saying, I loathe the moments of gamers unwittingly falling into echo chambers. If I wanted to contend with zombies, I'd just play Resident Evil. Damn. Corey taking some shots. Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I come across so many YouTube channels and so many content creators and so many different, just so many different places where it's just so obviously purely a hive mind. Purely. Like, there's just, it's people who've decided that this is how we see things, and we really just want to surround ourselves with people who see things the exact same way, and we're really not going to leave any room for anything else. And that to me is like, again, I understand like psychologically speaking, like why people would gravitate towards that, but surely at some point like people get bored, and it's like you do realize like you're just coming here to hear what you want, right? You know, like that's why you're here. You're not here for the truth. You're not here for nuance. You're not here for anything more than you're just here to hear what you want to hear. And for some people, that's all that matters. They can live that way for the rest of their life. Like, as long as I'm hearing what I want, man, that's all that matters. And I can't get down with that, you know? I think I'm finally getting caught up with the super chats here. Thank you guys so much for all of your support today. Zanarcan Blitzer, he says, MBG, yes, Hungry Jack's is Burger King in Australia. I remember around the early 2000s, Burger King opened restaurants here. Then someone, a music band or something, said it was copyright/trademarked, so they changed it to the name Hungry Jack's. Great restaurant and great menu items. Their slogan is the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's. That's awesome. Thank you for cluing me in on that, Zanarkand. I had no idea. Yeah, I assumed there was some really specific reason that it was called Hungry Jack's in Australia, because I'm like, that's just so random. Like, why isn't it just called Burger King? So I appreciate you giving me the insight into that. I would have never known that, by the way. Yeah, I would have. I know some Australian trivia, some Australian knowledge. Australia. Australia's crazy, bro. Why are kangaroos so buff? I need to know that. Mount Cash 1 says, people just hating on Concord. The game will probably come out and be a breakout hit, just like Helldivers 2. People hated on Fortnite 2. Just saying. Well, I mean, you do never know what can happen. And I do agree that there's always a possibility of a game being a big hit. But if I had to put money on it, if I had to bet like $100, is this game going to be a breakout success, or is it going to flop into oblivion? I would absolutely put my $100 on this game is going to flop into oblivion. Like, I would not at all put my money on this game being successful. Again, I was here for the entire build up for Helldivers. It was nothing like this. To be clear, people, I'm telling you, the people who are looking at Helldivers as a frame of reference for their, like, they're basing their expectations on, for Concord, on what happened with Helldivers 2, you are in for a rude awakening. This game is not Helldivers. It's not even close to being, like, I know they're two different games. Like, and that's what's weird to me is, like, people say, like, don't compare Concord to 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 Redfall. It's like, well, then why are you comparing Concord to Helldivers 2? You see what I'm saying? It's like, okay, let's just all agree not to compare it to anything. Let's just let it stand on its own. How's that looking? Let's take Helldivers 2 out of the picture. Let's take Redfall. Let's take Bleeding Edge. Let's just take Overwatch. Let's take all these games and just cut them out of the picture. How's it looking? To me, it's clearly not looking good. And again, it doesn't mean the possibility of this game succeeding is zero. No, it's never zero. But this game has a fucking monumental task in front of it, and it has a very big mountain to climb. And unfortunately, I don't think it's even going to be able to establish a proper foothold to even begin climbing that mountain. That's all. So you're saying people are just hating. Yeah, for sure. There is just some blind hate, for sure. But that's with all things. Like, there's always some level of blind hate, and that's always annoying because, you know, people will say, I hate this thing, and then they don't, like, why? And they're like, I don't know. Or they just regurgitate something that somebody told them. It's like, no, like, think about it. Like, if you're going to really dislike something, think about why that is. I know why I dislike it. I spent this whole stream basically talking about it. But I also know why I like ASTROBOT, you know? Like, I also know why I feel the opposite about ASTROBOT. And we'll see, man. We'll see what happens. The truth is, I'm probably not going to be talking much about Concord after the stream. And that's why I wanted to do this stream focused on this. I wanted to focus on the fact that Concord blew it and ASTROBOT saved it. Let's face it. If it wasn't for ASTROBOT, PlayStation would be in trouble right now. They'd be in serious trouble. And when I'm not talking, look, I mean, I'm sure PlayStation business-wise would probably be fine. Boss, hey, let go of that. Business-wise, PlayStation probably be fine, but I'm talking like public perception, people's expectations, what they want. Yeah, I think if it wasn't for Astro, Sony'd be in a real tough spot right now. So thank God for ASTROBOT. Thank God for Team Asobi. We will see what Concord does. I am going to be bringing the stream to an end though in just a couple of minutes. This is going to be a last call. Okay, I'm not doing a members launch today. I don't do a members launch on Sundays. But for some reason I feel like my voice is starting to go. I don't know why. So I don't want to destroy my voice and make it so I can't talk going forward. But this will be like a kind of last, I'm going to give like just my kind of final thoughts on our discussion today. And this is going to be a last call for, any membership gifts, any super chats, anything, any fan funding of any kind. We'll be going for like another 5 minutes or so here. So last call for that. But just to kind of, wrap up this conversation, because again, like I will be talking about Concord again when it's relevant to do so. Probably when the beta drops next month sometime. Or unless there's some kind of like major announcement where they announce the game is going to be free to play or something like that. There are plenty of other topics that I do want to talk to you guys about going forward. But just to summarize, I do think Astro absolutely saved that state of play because I think Concord hurt that state of play. And I think Sony, they're kind of on a high wire right now, it feels like. They're trying to properly balance things out. Want to talk about other games at the show? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just hard to talk about them because I kind of got the impression that most of the games we saw from third party, like Where the Winds Meet and I'm forgetting the name of like half the games. There's that other game. It had like some cool looking boss battles in it. I forget the name of it. Let's see if I can find it. Give me one sec. So looking over all the games here, Dynasty Warriors, not really interested in that, to be honest. Never really got into Dynasty Warriors. Infinity Nikki, I'm not interested in it. Mrs. MEG is very interested in it. So maybe first, I don't know. Should I start bringing Mrs. MEG on? She'll do her own reviews, maybe. She wants to play. She wants to play that game. It's about to launch on PS5. Slime Rancher 2. She really enjoyed the first Slime Rancher. She's looking forward to that. I'll have her do some reviews. You guys probably like her better than me anyway. But Mrs. MEG is excited for Infinity Nikki. Ballad of Anatra. That one looked pretty cool to me. I have to keep an eye on that one. Figuratively literal with a super chat saying, I didn't like Concord either, although I hated Overwatch when I first saw it, yet it became huge, so I wouldn't rule out Concord being successful. Yeah. Like I said, man, I would be shocked. I really would be. And I would do it. I genuinely would do a dedicated stream saying I was completely wrong about Concord. Like I was embarrassingly wrong about Concord. Doesn't mean I'm going to like it, but I will at least, again, give the credit where it's due, take the L if I got to take the L. But I just, right now, I don't have any confidence in it. And I'm just going to be kind of watching and seeing what happens. I'm not going to be necessarily rooting for its failure, you know, because I would rather spend my time talking about other topics that interest me more than rooting for something's failure. But I've made it clear where I stand. I'm not going to be supporting the game. I had to think about whether or not I'm going to try the beta. You know, I have to think about that. But we also have Roshdom saying, you think the Switch can beat the PS2's all-time record? I think it's possible, yes, actually. If Nintendo plays their cards right, if Nintendo has really good third-party support, I think it's a possibility. I really do. I really do. And we have figuratively literal again here saying the beta will decide how popular it is. I think the gameplay will be the moment of truth for Concord. Yeah, again, like I I don't think the gameplay looks bad, but there's nothing about the gameplay that makes me think this is the next big thing. Like people are going to come out of this being like, I can't even fucking believe how it feels to play this game. I think what we could see is people being like, this feels good to play. It feels fun, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, dude. I don't. Like, I think unless this game has the literal best gameplay ever, you know, like just top tier, like, oh my God, this really is one of the best feeling video games ever made, like to play. I think that's what it would need. And we also have Zanarkand Blitzer again here saying, MBG, wait a few minutes. I'm still writing a super chat. Okay. I'll wait a couple minutes. Looking over the rest of the games that were announced, Alien VR, Behemoth VR, those are nice. Marvel Rivals, zero interest. Where the Winds Meet, looks like it has potential for sure. Looks kind of good. I like it. Path of Exile 2, not interested. Monster Hunter Wilds, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Monster Hunter. I'm just kind of like, maybe. Saying Concord is easy to hate. We can't help it. Well, I got it all out of my system for now. But congrats to Neil Druckmann on being part of LA Influential. You can check out his interview with LA Influential, the LA Times. Bro, boss is like passing out. Boss, are you okay? Are you tired? He's very tired. I think me and boss feel the same right now. We're both very tired. He's getting his hair everywhere. It's the catnip. Yeah, maybe I got some of that catnip too. Yeah, I did get. You're right. I did give him quite a bit of catnip. Roshdom, you're saying, to be honest, I was more hyped for Monster Hunter Wilds than Astro. I could see that. Yeah, Monster Hunter's huge. Hiroyuki Sanada, if I'm saying his name correctly, he was in that show Shogun. He's in talks to play a role in the Ghost of Tsushima movie, apparently. They're not saying which role, but oh, no way. No way. What? CEO Strauss Zelnick, Take-Two Interactive CEO Strauss Zelnick mentioned GTA 7 during an interview, sparking discussions and humor on social media about discussing the next installment before the release of GTA 6. The comments ranged from jokes about the long wait for GTA 6 to speculation about the future of the series. Is he out of his fucking mind? Listen, it's one thing if somebody like MBG talks about GTA 7, where I'm just MBG, but when you're the CEO of Take-Two Interactive and you own Rockstar Games, you can't be fucking dropping. Yeah, you can't be talking about GTA 7. Are you kidding me? Blocked 3 times says, you read my super chat. I've been asking for a little while. I'm pretty sure I did. Here, boss, get more comfortable. There you go. I know that's what you want. Okay, that's not what he wants. Let me see. Blocked 3 times. What was your super chat? Because it's like glitching out on me here. If you type it in the chat regularly, I'll read it. I'm pretty sure I read it though. Yo, Zanarkand, bro, I gotta know what super chat are you typing out right now, man? You're making me fucking nervous. Zanarkand, you are making me nervous, bro. I don't know what's going on with my throat. It's feeling really hoarse and really sore for some reason. That's all. I don't know why. That's why I'm having a struggle right now. Okay. All right, there it is. All right. No, I'm not sick. It's allergies, man. It's different every day now with the allergies. Some days my voice just starts to go. I mean, think about it. I'm like talking for like 4 hours straight nonstop. Um so yeah, blocked 3 times. I did read your super chat from earlier. But you can maybe again, I'm trying to see if you're typing it in the chat really quick just in case I did miss it. Cuz it's like not letting me go back. But Zanarkand, you're saying MBG, what's this I hear you haven't finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Did you beat the eccentric swordsman and lose and you play Queen's Blood and you rise in rank or what after the chat finally got you to play Remake? Yeah, so it's really not anything crazy. Like I got basically halfway through Rebirth and by I don't know, like by the time I got to the halfway mark, Rise of the Ronin was starting to come out, or it was very close to coming out, and I kind of got absorbed by that game, and I just kind of stopped playing Rebirth. And then when I started to become aware, like, oh, I'm kind of falling off of Rebirth, aren't I? You know, I still have like more than half that way to go to complete that game. Stellar Blade was on its way to coming out, and I basically just decided like, all right, I was kind of afraid this might happen. To be honest though, I underestimated how big Rebirth was going to be as well. That's something that overwhelmed me. Like I knew the game was big. I was covering the game, and they were like, "Oh, it could take over 100 hours." I was not prepared for like, holy shit. Okay, there's a lot of content here. Um, and so, but I did make it halfway through. So I at some point I'm gonna return to it and complete it. I can honestly say like there's no way I'm 100%ing this game. There's no way I'm even getting anywhere close to platinuming it. In fact, I've kind of already accepted that when I go back to it, I'm gonna be okay if I miss some of the side content. But I just want to like I want to get the whole story. You know, I want to get the whole game. The game is like so big, it almost feels like they I don't know. It almost starts to feel like they could have like broken it into 4 parts. Saying it's too bloat. It does feel like it has some bloat. Yeah, I it's hard to say because I haven't experienced that content. Like I tried doing some of it, and I just started to kind of realize like, oh, there's no way I'm doing all of this. You know? Did I take care of the poison ivy? I actually started working on it, and holy shit, it's not fun. It's a fucking monster, bro. I was laughing as I was doing it because I was like, if you guys could see me out here, I got like my hoodie on, I got my gloves on, and I'm like, I'm I didn't cover my face up, so every time I had to rip it down, I was like, so I don't get it all on my face. Um, it was yeah, it's still a nightmare. I will say I think I did a pretty decent dent in that poison ivy. I will say, but it ain't no joke, man. I'm trying to do everything I can until I have to call some professionals out because there's no way I'm tackling it all. It's like, yeah, it like grew up the fence, dude. It's just like a fucking effigy. It's like 13 feet tall. I'm like, I don't even know how to begin taking that down. But thank you for asking. How's the basement going? Slowly. Slowly. I'm making my way sector by sector in the basement, clearing it out. So far, so good though. So far, so good. But yeah, Zanarkand, that's basically what it comes down to is but it was the timing of it. You know, it was taking me too long to get through it, and I didn't want to miss out on Rise of the Ronin. I didn't want to miss out on Stellar Blade. And it seems like in the coming months, there might be some lull periods where I'm not going to be playing as much, and I'll get back to it, and I'll complete it. Yeah, I've been inside playing games, neglecting my fence. Ugh. But guys, listen, I am going to end the stream now. We hit the 4 hour mark. I'm beat. I'm tired. I need to eat. I think my blood sugars are low right now. I think that's what it is. Because I didn't have lunch today. I had some breakfast early on, didn't have lunch, and I think that's messing me up a little bit because normally I have lunch usually like right before I go live, and it gives me like sustained energy. And today I realized I didn't do that. I ate really early. I didn't have lunch, and so I don't have the sustained energy, man. Last question next week, maybe member lounge after Xbox and Call of Duty. We'll have to see. Yeah, that Xbox showcase sounds like it's gonna be a long one because they have the Call of Duty thing right after. So I don't know if we're gonna do a members lounge that day. We might. We'll see. But there will be members lounges throughout this upcoming week for sure. All right. Yeah, I am missing those games. I got to eat. Stream Monday. So right now my goal is to stream tomorrow. Yes. Okay. That's my goal. So if anything changes, well, you'll know because there won't be a stream. But guys, that does it for today's stream. I want to thank you all so much for showing such incredible support. I have to give a very special shout out to Oliver Opfer because that dude dropped a $500 super chat, over $500 super chat, which was wild. And I also want to thank everybody else who super chatted. Thank you guys so much, seriously, for all of your support. I can't do these streams. I can't run this channel without your support. We have an amazing community here, and yeah, it's awesome. And I also want to make sure I thank everybody who dropped membership gifts. We are sitting at 50 members on the day, and that's 2 goals crushed. So a big thank you to everybody who dropped membership gifts. And yeah, I just want everybody to know how much I genuinely really do appreciate you supporting the channel, and especially that big support that some of you show. It really goes a long way. So, all right, guys. I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for all the streams. So if you see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thanks. But that does it. Just trying to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I don't think I am. All right. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Hit that like button on your way out, and that does it. I will catch all of you guys in the next stream. Oh, blocked 3 times. Hold on. You're saying you typed it again. Let's see if I can find it. Why can't I find it? Blocked 3 times. Like, why is it just not showing up, man? Does anybody know? Can anybody help me out here? Does anybody know what blocked 3 times, what he said? Because I'm not seeing it. Dude, I'm fairly certain. I just want to make sure before I end the stream. Oh, okay. Blocked 3 times. Yeah, I read that, bro. You're saying that you told me to speak my truth when it comes to Concord. Yeah, no worries, blocked 3 times. I did catch that. I did read that super chat, okay? So you don't have to worry, bro. I got you. All right? So all is well. All right, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will catch you in the next stream, hopefully tomorrow. So until then, take care, everyone.